Ooh, spooky. Okay, Dokali, let us get started on this wonderful. It's kind of a cold and rainy day, I'll be honest. Not like I need to care particularly much, because the weather is out there, behind blackout curtains. And I'm in here, and I'm making head tattle, which means it's a wonderful day. Welcome, 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 everybody, to today's show. So, what have we achieved? What are we going to do today? Um, through a lot of suffering and mostly my own incompetence, I have managed to remove this debug message. I have managed to make Steam Cloud seemingly work. Like, it does what it should, which is good. It attempts to locate any files that you may have, any save files specifically, saved under the old system, or well, the non-Steam system. And if you have any such files, I need to make sure that we don't just delete all the save files. That would also be quite bad. It's a very good thing that I decided to look at it again for this intro bit. What it does is it looks at where the game normally puts its save files. If it finds any that are not yet synchronized into Steam, then it will move those into Steam's file storage, which is localized, still localized on your computer, just inside your Steam folder, as well as being synchronized with the cloud, which is awesome. Now, I would probably have gotten away with not doing this. Steam heavily suggests that you do so, but you don't have to. It's just really nice. There is an argument to be made here that the existing save system worked perfectly well, and this is spooky. This is messing with something that I don't fully understand, that I've not had time to work with, nor do I really have time or the means to fully test it. But hey, here we are. It's not like it's gonna format your hard drive like certain other programs. No. In fact, since thankfully I had the sense not to outright delete your old save files, it just renames them, which is not an issue at all. Since I had the sense not to delete your old save files, if this goes wrong, then nothing much is gonna happen. Though it occurs to me now, it will be worth another look. The way that save files currently work is that we have this save data struct, which keeps track of all the stuff, and within this we also have a file name, which the file name is created dynamically from the name that you gave the save data, as well as a timestamp of when you last played it. This may seem silly to redundantly store the file name within the save data, but this is used in order to pick up where the file is supposed to be. Yeah, it is used. If we can find it, get file name. No, that's just not a getter for that. Perfect. It is used in order to locate the file on your disk, because obviously we need some way to know, hey, this save file or this save data that we have currently inside the game, what file is that supposed to correspond to? Because otherwise, what would we do? We'd have to bring up all the save files and look through, well, which one is it, probably. Also, in a bout of complete genius, I place no restriction on whether or not you can have multiple save files with the same name. So there's no real unique identifier other than that they are going to have different timestamps. That's not great, I'll have to admit. That is, I've had better ideas than that. But well, this works so long as precisely so long as we actually use those file names that we intend to use. One small problem is that, well, when we synchronize save files with Steam, then we are going to rename those files. Consequently, those save files will no longer be able to pick up where they are on the disk, because as far as the save data is concerned, its name is like, for instance, I sure hope this still launches. Give it a sec. As far as the save data is concerned, its name is demo with a bunch of numbers, not synced underscore demo with a bunch of numbers. So that's that is potentially an issue, but not really. The only way that this becomes an issue is if you have a save file from the itch demo, which is then synchronized because you buy the game on Steam, then you reopen the itch demo without having Steam running, because Steam is smart enough to pick up that you're running the same game. Steam will know. So we don't really need to be concerned with that. It is clever enough to pick up that this is still the same game, so even if you don't launch it through Steam, even if you just launch the executable while you have Steam on, it'll work. It'll use the Steam file storage instead of just your local hard drive. Right. And even then, even in this scenario, which I may be able to fully avoid if I utilize Steam as DRM, I'll have to have a peek at that, how to do that. But even then, even in this nightmare scenario, all that's going to happen is it's going to create a copy of a save file, because it will fail to rename your save file. So be it, really. It will attempt and fail to rename the save file, but even if it can't succeed, it'll be fine. Actually, it'll look, do I have a file that has this name? And it doesn't, so that's good. An alternative to this would be that we could, of course, write it in there. We could change the file name that it is saved with in order to rename in order to properly track that it has been synced. Secondary alternative, we can do something real lazy here. We're entering the realm of do as I say, not as I do. Because... no, this is the full path. This will be complicated. We can simply attempt to rename the synced file, which would solve our issue. Like, have a look, does this file exist? If not, does this file exist if we call it synced underscore that file? So that would be an idea. In fact, well, it would be a bit annoying to put in here because we'd have to basically rebuild the path to the file right here. So we would have to either do something real naughty, or we would have to call the entire file rename function multiple times. But we absolutely could, though, because there's going to be precisely one / within that path, so we could theoretically look at where the / is and try to locate it. Let's see how that would look. So this would be here we are going to return out if we have already done this. Otherwise we are in a failure state because the file is supposed to exist if we try to rename it. So what we can do is in fact, we can do something really naughty here, because this path, this is a constant. It's always going to be saves / your file name. So practically speaking, I could just insert the word synced underscore after the first 6 characters of this. But we are going to not be quite that naughty. String pause. Yes. No. So we can locate the /. Then we can divide our string into 2 parts, which is before and including the / and everything after, and we can reassemble it with the word synced inserted in the middle. That does not feel great. This is very hacky, but is, you know, as far as hacks go, it's pretty good. Yeah, I suppose. Though I would, at this point, I would like to first try. First, before you mess with important stuff, do some testing. That is, I am going to test how these functions work, that if I give them a specific index value, they are going to well, they're going to behave as I want. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm first going to implement this the way that I think it should be implemented. In GameMaker, we need to, there's no simple substring, I believe. Of course not. String sub, no. What you need to do is you need to use string copy. You give it the old path. We want to start from 1 because strings in GameMaker are indexed from starting from 1. Everything else in GameMaker is correctly indexed starting from 0. Is this the worst possible solution? To have 2 different indexing methods, which may very well collide, where let's say you want to copy every character from a string into an array. Yes, that is in fact a terrible solution, but here we are. So, var prefix is that, then we are going to also copy everything else. So the suffix is string copy, and at this point we're going to do something truly unthinkable. We are going to read the manual. This is start inclusive. Okay. What happens if I give it a amount of characters to copy greater than the actual length of the string? I don't know, the manual doesn't say. Does it crash? Does it work fine? Does it copy random data as C loves to do? I don't know, it don't say. Anyway, so this would be, in fact, so you copy 5 characters, let's say, or 6 in this case. So it's going to be save / and the start is inclusive, and so is the end. So we need to go from / index plus 1, and then we need to go for however long this is. However long the old path is, minus / index. I don't know. I'm not 1000% sure on this, but what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna first implement it, and afterwards I shall first run a test to make sure that I got all my indices correct. Otherwise, how would I know? How would I know that I'm even getting it correct and not just guessing randomly and creating invalid files? So, synced old path is a template string, which is going to be the prefix, so saves / then the word synced _ followed by the suffix. This is how we are going to leave this when it is synced. And now, as I promised, take this code, just put it right into the very start of the game. I need to give it a test value to test against. Is theme numbers.his. Nope, it needs to be saves / There we go. And then we are just gonna have it tell us what did you arrive at. It worked, that's quite good. And if we have a look, I am confused. Right, there it is. Why? How was that what you arrived at? Well, evidently, it appears that the / index. Yes, I think this is gonna be this. I think it is interpreting the single / as an escape character. So let's see what it's doing now. Nope. Well, it appears that it is not finding the / within the string whatsoever. As we can see here, the / index is 0. That's not good. Don't find it, which means oh, it means that I am a dumb, because I got my arguments the wrong way around. Obviously, the substring is the first argument. It's not like GameMaker has made it a convention that the thing you operate on is the first argument to each function call, which is just how functional programming works. It's not like you could have this as a function on the string itself and save yourself an argument on every single function call. Anyway, that's just how functional programming works, so... there it is. Sorry, game, go away, please. Here it is. Very small in the console. Wonderful. Okay, so I need to make sure to carry on with the change that I've made. Otherwise, that would be very bad if I test one thing but then leave the other thing implemented. There we are. Okay. Now we just do this. This is ugly, I'm gonna say, at the least. It is very much a hack to make this function with synced paths, but hey, if nothing else, it will make the experience a little cleaner, and 99% of the time this should never even be called. It should either let Steam handle the thing, or it should find that its save data isn't synced at all, and it finds it here. Anyway, so another edge case to an exception to a special case taken care of. That's just the kind of polish that we engage in here. So, you may have noticed the very long voices list over on the right side of the screen. What do we actually want to get to today? Today I want to make some good progress on getting onto Steam, with the goal of being able to join the upcoming Steam Next Fest, which regrettably requires me to have a store page up, which regrettably requires me to make assets. And I don't like making assets. Sprites are dumb. I hate them. Although, at the end of last stream, I was feeling quite inspired. The idea that I had then... Go away, please. Thank you. The idea that I had then was this library capsule. Originally, it just had the logo up top and literally nothing. Hello, Brent. How's life? So, logo up front, literally nothing else. This is supposed to evoke the theming. of the game. You know, the entire game takes place on teacher's desk, so with absolutely no better ideas, I figure, hey, that's my style. Yeah, making assets, it's the best. Unfortunately, I mean, at this point, the artist that I was hoping to work with, well, he promised me that he would have some deliverables for me on the, what's it, 13th? Yeah, on the 13th, and he has not delivered those deliverables. He also has not responded to any kind of inquiry. And when I asked our mutual friends to poke him at work, and he promised that he would get back to me that very day, well, you can guess what happened. If your guess is nothing, you're correct. So, for now, we are on our own again. And I suppose I'm looking around for a different artist. If you know someone, send them my way. But for now, I want to have a character art class. I really do. It's not a lot that needs to be done. If we have a look here, here, the concert letter background, which is literally just teacher's breakfast table, it looks okay. Yeah, it looks fine. It's not terrible. This up here used to be a mug of delicious coffee. Spousal cooperation, I see. That's wonderful. You know, I've not to imply anything, but I've literally thought about, would it be easier if I try and get a lady friend who is good with art? Like, is that just the easiest way to get an artist, as well as, you know, the other benefits of having someone that you love? But well, we're going to see what comes out. If nothing else, it's not like this is stick figures. My art is okay. There's just some part of it that I hate. But practical problems require practical solutions, like in this case, the coffee mug became a glass of delicious, slightly opaque orange juice. Or I guess it's like a handleless mug because it is still white. Don't question it. Well, it's not a teacup because it doesn't have a handle. I thought, like, I tried. I really tried. I spent literal hours trying to draw a handle, but we are almost vertically looking at this, but not quite. So it's this kind of very steep angle. Handleless teacups, those exist. Huh. I mean, I know they do. I would refer to them as bowls rather, but it is an uncommon item here to be sure. Although I say that, there's a set of them at my parents' house. Yeah, I think of them more as Asian teacups, I suppose. Anyway, yeah. Common Japanese, not in the UK. Exactly. So, the point is, from this angle, the way that you look at it, because obviously you're not like staring down at the table like so, from this angle, drawing a handle means that you do need to get the curve in there, meaning you need to draw the top and the bottom, and they need to be largely overlapping, but not exactly. And that's just incredibly difficult. That is beyond my art skills. And it doesn't help what resolution we have here. Yeah, like you try and make a decent curve with pixels this big. uh, yeah, in Australia, probably more influenced by Asia since we're much closer. Makes sense. It is. I'm a little fascinated, to be honest. Just all the different kinds of people that you meet. With my streaming times, obviously, I'm more tailored towards the European, Asian viewer base, since in America right now it is between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. So I'm not great on the American audience, but that also means that I'm not fighting as many American streamers, unless Ford decides he just wants to stream at 2 a.m. because. But I got you, I got some friends from the UK, there was a Japanese person, I'm pretty sure, who checked by, at least their name was Japanese. There's some people from, I'm not actually gonna guess where they're from. Certainly Eastern European, maybe Russian, maybe somewhere in the Balkans. I don't know, I'm not going to guess. So it brings us all together. But yeah, so that's a creative solution to the problem of the handle just looked horrible. That was one of the things that held me back from releasing the demo, was this handle was so terrible, I didn't want to show it. And unfortunately, this concert letter background is a central part of beaten by a handle indeed. Hey, it's the thing! It's the music! Since this is the background that you see when you do a concert, didn't want to show it. But I also want some touch-ups on the idol photos. There's some weird lines. I would love some just more intricate shading. It is intentional that the colors on these pictures are very flat. I've got this Game Boy Advance kind of aesthetic going on. But at the same time, they could stand a little more detail. This area down here at Crimson's hair is just weird. So is this one over here. It's just, you know, small things that somebody with experience, with the knowledge, would be well suited for, I think. But to get back to it, I suppose this kind of bordered light brown is just my style now. Just like I always thought, okay, when I go to release and I go public, I'm gonna make myself an icon, and I already had a pretty good idea for what it was going to be, and that's gonna be all fancy and stuff. And then inevitably I realized like this, I already have an icon. Can you guess what it is? It's the one that is absolutely everywhere in the game, that is literally on the loading fades. So I didn't have a choice in that matter. I just had to accept that the smile is my brand now. So, but the inspiration that I had to fill this empty space was little chat boxes. I think these are very cute, and they are weirdly thematic even, that they convey this game. It's about conversation, it's about characters interacting, it's about music, and it is incredibly twee. literally every time that I think, how should this look? What should I put here? The answer is make it look like a teenage girl's scrapbook. Pink everywhere, hearts, just as twee as possible. I had some half ideas that I was going to came up with my studio name and logo. Drew it up, going to write the script for my first devlog. Wow, nice. Yeah. Right. I fell off of Game Jolt a little bit because, frankly, Game Jolt isn't a very active site. But I suppose I should also now resume writing updates on Itch. So that's a thing that I'm gonna do. Yeah, it used to be apparently that Game Jolt was a really cool website, just it died the way that social media sites usually do. In fact, in quite literally the same way. If you're thinking, did they ban the porn? Yes, they banned the porn. So obviously everybody left. Common mistake, everybody does it. And they always think they're better than it, they are not. So, in fact, these speech bubbles, I might end up stealing these. I might end up putting these on other Steam assets because this is kind of cute. This might be something that I want to put in other places. I've also found a pretty good technique, which is, as I'm sure you are aware, Steam requires a list of specific assets which must be a specific size and not a pixel different. And these pixel sizes are quite reasonable. What is this? 1232 by 706. What is this? What's this? 462 by 174? Why? And what's infuriating about it is that all of them, like all of these aspect ratios, are infuriatingly close to 16 by 9. It's just that all of them are a few pixels off. So, yeah. But write something like this maybe on the main capsule, where right now, or maybe also, maybe not here, but yeah, something like this, where I've got the space. I'm considering moving the logo up slightly and maybe inserting this elves speech bubble here with the note. It's going to be a little harder than it should be because obviously I want to maintain my pixely style. But because all of these sizes are weird, I can't often apply my ×6 upscaling. As we know, I draw everything at a tiny pixel resolution and then I increase it. But that wouldn't work because all of these assets are different sizes, so the logo that fits here would not fit in the small capsule, which is significantly smaller. Though what I've figured out is I can upscale it to a degree. Like this, I think is a 4x4 grid. No, this is 3x3. So I can take my tiny logo, I have upscaled it by a factor of 3, so each pixel is a 3x3 square, and that made the small capsule. And now the small capsule has a 3x3 pixel grid. In comparison, the library capsule has a 5x5 pixel grid. So the pixels actually are not the same size, here, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is that the pixels are the same size on the image. Because I've got a very specific style going on, and I will be darned if I ever let a pixel be a different size than every other pixel on the same image. Which is why in the game, of course, every single pixel in the game is on a 6x6 square pixel grid. But these assets are going to be disconnected, so they don't need to be 6x6. But it was also pointed out to me by the mutual friend I mentioned earlier that I could split the logo. It doesn't have to be side by side. And then I came up with the idea that instead of having it strictly on top of each other, because the words hit and idle are also different links. They are pretty drastically different links. I suppose not so drastically because, you know, you've got the H here, you've got the T, but the point is, if you put these exactly on top of each other, it's gonna look weird. So I got the idea, we're gonna do something snazzy, where there is a line break, but there's also uneven indentation. So it scans across. Isn't that cool? I do quite like how this looks, in summary. And I suppose we are going to at least create basic assets for it. In fact, let us start on that. It's not going to be a super complicated one, but you know, we gotta. So, right here. The page background, which this is only so relevant anyway. The page background is displayed on your store page, and it's barely even visible. There's a very heavy blue filter applied to it to make it fade into the background, and the blue even gets stronger towards the edges. So you can get away with not submitting this, but you shouldn't, because if you don't submit anything, then Steam will take a random screenshot, and that'll mean that you've got all kinds of clutter, because of course your screenshot tries to show action. Your screenshot wants to be fancy and eye-catching. The background should not be. The background should be ambient. So you don't have to, but you should submit a background. Oh yeah, likewise, I need to submit screenshots, for which, you know, that's not the worst. I kind of hate... certainly I can submit a screenshot of each minigame, but you need to give at least 5 of them, which means I'm probably not going to be able to avoid having character art appear, and that brings us to the same issue that I hate character art. Drawing humans is difficult, why is it so hard? So, let's see, I'm feeling a 6x6 grid. Possibly this even wants to be 12x12, but let's start with 6 and see how that goes. So, would I consider using a site like Fiverr for art? Honestly, maybe I should. So, it's not like this needs to be a close personal friend who will do this for free or whatever. No, like, I'm willing to pay fair wage for fair work. And this is what's a little frustrating about the entire debacle with the other guy, was I was just about to, let me turn on the grid so that I don't do random stuff here. I was literally just about to contact some artists. Wait, why does this... Ah, what have I done? Um, I was just about to contact some artists and see about getting their help. It wasn't going to be terribly cheap, but that was what I was willing to do. Right. Right. This isn't going to align with the pixel grid, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that the pixels are the same width. Because this image is 1438 by 810. Do you know what it would be if it had 2 extra pixels of width? Well, then it would be 1440 by 810. You may recognize that number because it is 90 times 16 by 9. It is actually a common screen resolution. Why doesn't Steam give us the extra 2 pixels? I don't know, but they don't. Upsetting. It is. Um, so, yeah. And basically, because that artist who, let's be fair to him, I don't think he had malicious intent. He quite literally wanted to do this project with me because he wants to be involved in creative projects more than he is, him being an art student who's kind of working as a side job right now, though he is working as a designer. But he needed external motivation. It turns out he needed more external motivation than I'm able to provide, obviously. Since he's... well, he is yet to deliver or respond after the actual first assignment, to which he was very enthusiastic. I wasn't forcing him. And the point is, what's unfortunate is that it is now about a month later. A month that I don't really have. Because he was also extremely difficult to catch the first time. It took about 2 months. Hey, Mr. D-Boy, this sorcery is art. Just looked at fibers. There's anyone who would do pixel art background? Yeah. Yeah, AI. It sure exists, don't it? I think this looks good. I think this 6x6 grid is good. It doesn't need to be 12 by 12. Yeah, it looks good. And that's going to be our background, because it's supposed to be ambient anyway, so here you go. It's a piece of spice bread. Steam gets what Steam requests. And to get to the point, yeah, willing to hire a guy, willing to pay what is fair for the work rendered. I would love to have someone that I can collaborate with longer term, because this is not going to be the last game that I make, and it would be very cool to have someone producing actual high quality art instead of whatever I put out. Yeah, nah, we're not doing AI art, because you say that jokingly, but do you know that you literally have to declare on itch, on Steam, on basically any publishing platform, you have to declare whether your game contains any amount of AI generated content. Even if it's like you just made a basic reference and you painted over it and you refined it 5 times so that it's barely even recognizable for what the AI put out, because what the AI put out was garbage. Even then, you still have to say it, and yeah, we can all guess what's gonna happen if you do check that box. You are... I feel the reception that you get is maybe going to be a little undeserved, but, well, undeserved or not, it's a bad idea to have any AI content that you then have to accordingly declare and be shunned, tarred, feathered, and run out of town for. Be the first AI game. I am too late on that train, my friend. Oh, there's... let's not be too negative. Let's have a happy stream. There are people who are using AI extremely heavily to basically do everything, and I like to watch and appreciate those people for about 3 months until, you know, the inevitable happens. Weird how an autocomplete with attitudes can't make coherent codes for very long, and inevitably issues arise. Weird that. And then we can laugh at those people who thought they were very clever when they are not, in fact, very clever. Anyway, so that is, I suppose, another Steam asset knocked out, which means if we are happy with the way that these are, I might put another speech bubble in here. We then need to do the library hero, for which this is the one that I dread, to be honest. This is if you click on the game in your library, it's the big banner on top, right? Which is on top, right underneath as the play button, stuff like that. I feel like I should put something here, but I'm not positive. What? Well, I suppose we can get started the way that we always do. We could make the spice bread background like we did here, and then figure out how to populate it. The most obvious way would be to use what I used on the itch page. By the way, itch page is up, you can get the demo, #shill. But it's also relevant, so I have an excuse to post it. What I did there for the top banner, to have a banner of all the idols side by side. That's an idea, although it runs into the issue that I'm already battling, which is you are strongly encouraged not to put text on these assets beyond your game's logo. Is that a rule that games follow? No. Like, they specifically call out, don't put review quotes on here. I don't even need to say it, do I? Like, immediately, all of you thought of multiple games that do precisely that have 2 words, it's great, some media outlet, right? They have that on their store assets, they have that. Sometimes, if they are particularly Ubisoft, they might even have it like on their library assets, which is just, brother, they've bought your game. You don't need to tell them how great your game is. It is in their library and they are ready to launch. Hey, wait, I'm having this Twitch. So the reason that I'm uncertain is that if I want to put the idols on there, then it would be in this form, as their photos. But the photos, obviously, they include the name. AAA games do that for the stakeholders, not really for us. Probably. I mean, there's very much an effect, right? Where, what's it called? Heat signature, I think, tweets it. Heat Signature. Is that the game that I'm thinking of? Yes. By the way, Heat Signature, very cool game. It gets a little repetitive, although, I mean, it gets as repetitive as you make it. There is a ton of, um, there's a ton of variety in the game. You can make your own playstyle. You can be non-lethal, you can be guns blazing, you can be a reality hacker. Hello, Calazor. And that game has, it treats the concept of a corporation that just has gotten away from the humans, and nobody in the corporation is malicious. But everybody does what the stakeholders want, they do what their bosses want, and so evil arises from the machine, not because anybody wants it, but because everybody does what everybody else would want. So that's what that reminds me of. Anyway, it is 10 a.m. The pre-roll dev timer has just expired, so it is going to be the time that I take my first midstream break. Don't go too far, guys. We can keep thinking on the Steam assets. I've also got something very fancy that I want to implement today, but first break. Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, use the restroom, do what you do. Don't go too far. I'll be right back in a few minutes' time, and then we can do more dumb stuff while talking about games. My favorites. See you in a sec. Okie dokie. That should be over. And the restroom has been used. I didn't have to go a lot, but... well, being myself, I did have to go. Hey, speaking of corporations that aren't actively malicious, but it is like what they do is in everybody's interest, and they are doing evil to create value for stakeholders that don't want them to do evil, but it is simply, it's basically an algorithm running on humans. Hey, Twitch! Although, in this case, we do have a specific person that we can blame on top of Twitch. Anyway, I mean, Twitch isn't even being that evil. Like, ads are how the site gets run, and it is an open secret that Twitch is actually losing money pretty hard. It would have to advertise much more than it does, and the way that it runs, like, quite literally, most of the time, your view time is not worth the amount of power that it takes to deliver the stream to you, no matter how many ads they run to you. Especially, of course, because most of the time, like, you're not gonna click on those ads, so you get some for having shown you the ad, but not a lot, because it's not resulting in a sale. So that's entirely fair. And personally, I'm working on a... sorry. Mr. D-Boy was working on a cute fantasy game with farming and automation and other stuff. Cool! I love. Everybody's got their own project, and a lot of the time, or most of the time even, you know, it's something that you wouldn't have thought of, because art is kind of the intersection between I could do that, but you didn't do. You didn't think of it, or you didn't commit to doing it. And the people who are brave enough to commit, well, they rightfully get lauded as artists, because this stuff's hard and it's scary. So let's see, if this is 6x6, I figure this should probably be bigger, because if I want to put character art on here, then the idols are made for a screen size of 1920 by 1080. If we have a look at the itch page, link in the chat, #shell, then it gets a little tight already at standard size with 1080 height. So maybe not. Maybe we are going to go with a scale of 6x6. I mean, I suppose we can change it always. Or maybe we'll work on the logical capsule. You know what? I'm done doing art. I'm going to force myself to do this when I have to, but when I don't, I'm not gonna. Or maybe let's try this. So, the main capsule, which is the most recent game that you've played. No, you can't just have this generated from a different asset. Why do you ask? The main capsule has a size of 8. Also, the logo is not aligned to the grid. I'm sorry that I had to tell you this. Although, we can actually make it so. If we just take this and we scooch everything up 1 pixel, it is going to mean that the logo is no longer in the dead center of the asset, because the main capsule is 706 pixels tall. It could be a perfect 1280 by 720, but it isn't. It is what? It is 2 pixels vertically shy? Something like that? God, I hate it. I hate it. I really do. So, this is 8 by 8. And compare this with the library capsule. Let's just close some stuff that we don't need. Compared with this, which is 5 by 5, if we just take the assets, like if we take this dialog box and we smoosh this together, I think. Delete these layers, there we go. So, we can now go and copy this out. I actually want to be very specific here for a reason that will be evident in a sec. So, to here and to there, come on. There we are. So, I now have the music notes dialog box. If I go to the main capsule, you'll note it doesn't align with the grid. Obviously, because its pixels are smaller. How can we fix this? Super easy, actually. It's gonna be pretty simple. Sprite node dialog box small. And I'm just gonna get this a Steam prefix so that I know what it is. We're gonna take this. And I think if we, if we copy paste, then GameMaker automatically offers to resize the sprite in order to hold it. And I was 1 pixel too high. I was 1 pixel too far right. There we are. Right. So this is now the dialog box on a 5 by 5 grid. Now, watch and be amazed. You probably already know what I'm going to do. I'm just gonna resize it. What? Sorry, am I wrong about the size here? Sorry, is this a 4 by 4? No, this is 5 by 5. Yes, I just did my math wrong. 120 by 5 is not 20, Toraka. You have a college degree. You took like 60 credits worth of math. You should be better than this. Nobody saw that. Of course, if I downscale to 24 pixels of height, which is 120 divided by 5, as we all know. Look, it is still the same image, right? Because I've downscaled it by a factor that it was divisible by. But now I have basically a 1 by 1 pixel grid. What I can do now... Actually, I'm gonna keep this sprite as it is. I'm gonna copy it. I can make a ×8 version. And 55 by 8 is gonna be 440. Ta-da! Now this, I can once again copy, and this is now of the pixel grid size that this uses. Boop. Ta-da! Well, I need to make a layer for it, for sure. Let's merge these layers into the logo layer, because that's just the smile, the white text and the pink outline. And make a speech bubbles layer. And right now there's not much space here, so grab this, move it to like up here. 1 pixel up. There we go. Yeah. Now, finally, there's space down here. So we can, let's say... boop, that into place, right here. There! Doesn't that look cute? I think we want it slightly higher up, because I think the bottom of this is liable to be covered up by your by the play button. Either that or it isn't, but better safe than sorry, I think. Though I will be able to preview this all, obviously, when I log into Steam with my developer account, as I just did. I have the game, because I am awesome. And I have to tell you, I felt things when I actually changed to my developer account and went to my library, and there it was. It's my game. I made this. It's inside Steam. Obviously, it's very far from being a proper release game yet, but it's the thing that I made. Also, it appears... right. It also has achievements already. Well, yeah, I defined some achievements, and it appears that those have now managed to move into the library. So that's good. I'm gonna have to give those some more testing, because thus far achievements did not want to work, which is unfortunate, but Steam advises you against awarding achievements in the demo anyway. So I'm going to take their advice, and I'm going to chill and hold off on awarding those. They'll be a full game only kind of thing. What? Why? What? Be gone. I said be gone, Pixel. There. Right. Yeah, I like that. With the space that I've just made, we're going to move up the dialog box like to there. I have to admit, firstly, that this is 1 pixel off. There we are. I have to admit, firstly, that... Firstly what? Well, largely that I enjoy using symmetry and even spacing. So if you take a look at hit idle under a microscope, then you will probably find that almost everything is perfectly evenly spaced. There are even pixel offsets on the left and right, top and bottom, and between elements and the border, just all of it. I like symmetry. So in this case, I'm also thinking, do I want to make the offset here, like the amount of space between the logo and the top of the image, do I want to match that to the amount of space between the logo and the speech bubble? I think not. I think this is fine the way that it is. Yeah. For this one, certainly I would be able to also fit in Queen's speech bubble, which is this one here. This is canonically a dialogue between Elf and Queen. Funny, because the two never actually talk. They don't have a dialogue. Unfortunate. But sure, I probably would be able to fit this in here, but I think it's fine the way that it is with just this one. Because it would get a little crowded if I had to move the logo way up, move this speech bubble here, and like put Queens there. There's something that occurred to me yesterday when I made this. After Dakar, meet your wife who's walking. Yeah. Sounds good, my man. Enjoy your walk, I suppose. So what occurred to me here yesterday is this reminds me of messaging apps, doesn't it? Just a little bit. Like the multiple speech bubbles that aren't actually attached to anything, because if I can avoid using character arts and assets, then I sure will. And the way that these are like vertically stacked, just barely intersecting. One's coming from the right, the other is a different color from the left. It reminds me of messaging apps, which is funny, I should say that, because the game is of course set in the year 2004, which is before our Lord and Savior, hallowed be his name or something, Steve Jobs, invented the iPhone, creating the bare concept that had never been before attempted or envisioned by anyone, creating that from sand and mind alone. I'm being mean, but it is very intentional that Hit Idol is set a few years before the iPhone came out. That's intentional. It's a little pointless, I gotta say, because well, the reason that I said it in this time period of 2004, aside from it just having been a better time all around, I know that everybody says this, but like we can actually agree, right? 20 years ago, things were generally better. Things have gone very downhill very quickly as of recently. But the idea was I'm gonna put it before the iPhone, and I'm gonna put it at a time when digital devices certainly existed, but they were less universally widespread as they are now, largely for one specific reason, and I can show you that reason within the game right here, right now. If I load, let's say, this save here, and that reason is this letter. I always knew, long before I wrote it, that I want the game to start with a letter sent to you by a different teacher informing you that your idol club has been approved. And in order for it to make sense that this would be on paper and that everything else that you handle, like the idol decks, all these forms, that all of this is on paper, I figured I have to make sure that it wouldn't be digital yet. Obviously, I could have set it in the year 2082 and schools would still use paper for everything, so that was a bit of wasted effort. But I think, at any rate, it is a cute period of history. Well, there's a lot of bad stuff that happened. But, you know, on a personal level, this was the height of the PlayStation 2 era. We had some of the literal best games of all time. We had the 90s and early aughts internet. Oh man, what a time. You could watch all the copyrighted movies that you wanted in a beautiful 144p in 5-minute chunks. Because did you know that YouTube, well, one, did you know that YouTube used to have a limit on video length? I unironically asked that because they've gotten rid of it for a while now, and there's going to be a growing portion of the population that don't know it used to, although that portion of the population is going to be intimately familiar with shorts, so maybe. Also, however, that 10-minute video length limit wasn't for technical reasons. It certainly was that you were going to spend hours uploading otherwise, but it used to be a copyright measure. The idea was, if you can only upload 10-minute videos at a time, then uploading entire films was going to be complicated at best. That was the idea. Because this was, man, it was a different time, literally 20 years ago. Can you fathom that? The changes that simply computers have gone through in that time. It was simply not viable. Not just it would have been too expensive, it was just about literally impossible for a computer to automatically scan your video and decide whether or not it had copyrighted content in it. It slowly came with audio, but video analysis was a whole different thing. So that was the next best thing that YouTube could do. Anyway, the reason that I went on this entire tirade is this is a bit of an anachronism. If I evoke the feel of a messaging app for a game that is set before messaging apps really existed, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Though flip phones did exist, and yes, all of the idols have flip phones and they are obnoxious with them, and all of them have little attachments. You can write that down, future wiki writers, that is canon. That is how the idols communicate. And, you know, those flip phones didn't exactly have huge screens, but they also had messaging apps. Anyway, let's do something productive for once. I've just been yapping a whole lot. So what I want to do is, it is right here. Fortunately, I have already abstracted the playing of somebody's voice file. So anytime that we want to play a voice clip for someone, we go through this function, which at the moment it has precisely one voice clip for every idol. And it has been pointed out to me multiple times that having just one is more than a little bit repetitive. Especially with Butterfly, because Butterfly talks a lot as she is your central advisor, and then hearing this continuously, even though it's a great clip, it does get a little grating. I know that. It's just I didn't have a better solution at the time. But I've come up with something. And the solution is, well, actually quite simple. Turn off the music. multiple voice clips. There, that's the solution. Really is that easy. Now, these still need to be balanced, of course. Like, these are louder than this voice clip. So these are gonna have to go to like 75% volume. 75% volume? No, less even. I don't know why we as a human race have decided that everything needs to be ear-blastingly loud unless it is turned down multiple times before being played. But I suppose that's what we have decided. So, audio balancing to be done. In fact, I've gone and created several sound assets for almost all of the idols. Except Jade still needs a third voice clip. I quite literally ran out of time. I had to start stream today. And Teacher needs multiple voice sounds as well. That's fine. How I made all of these is it's a website called Beepbox, which it's awesome. It is entirely synth sound, but it is by the magic of people who are much more knowledgeable about music than I am. It's pretty good at mimicking instruments. So each of them has a little tune. So what we're going to do is, first off, while we're talking, I need to go and turn on compression on all of these assets, because the game quite literally fits on the internal storage of a calculator, and I would like for this to continue. And the big storage loss that you are going to get is from uncompressed audio files. And listen, audio files, that is with a PH, yeah, you see what I did there? Audio files, we need to have a talk. Here, take my hand. I promise I'll be gentle. It'll be okay. The human hearing cannot pick up a difference between uncompressed and sensibly compressed audio. It just can't. Any difference that you think you can hear is entirely mental. Okay? Glad we talked about it. Which means there's basically no reason not to use compression, because it hugely reduces file size, and in exchange for a little bit of CPU work, and I do mean a little bit, GameMaker is very smart about this, we get to push down the file size a lot. Now, not that I am terribly concerned about file size. I mean, listen, the game right now takes up 25 megabytes of storage space, or 35 when you unzip it. So 35 megabytes. Compare that to, oh, I don't know. Let's Google something. Assassin's Creed Shadows file size. What might we get? Okay, I'm going to read you the top quote that Google presented to me, extracted from an article. When compared to these other AAA titles, Assassin's Creed Shadows' 123 gigabyte file size doesn't seem as egregious. Though a 100 plus gigabyte file size still feels excessive for a single game, it's tough to find a modern AAA open world game that's any lower. Shall we open the article and see how does it compare? My god! Valhalla was 160. What if we compare it to other AAA titles? Yeah, Red Dead Redemption is of 150. Final Fantasy VII Remake is 155 gigabytes. I'm sorry, what? Literally, what did they spend it on? It wasn't finishing the game, was it? So yeah, you know, compared to other games that like to take up north of 100 gigabytes, so that is 130 gigabytes, so that's 130,000 divided by 35. You could fit roughly 4,000 hit idols in a space that a single AAA they spent it on the date of Tifa, obviously. I'm gonna pretend I know who that is. Isn't that not that? Aerith is the one with the spiky hair that everybody was super sad that she died. I know that Yuffie is the ninja who is just a bastard to fight in Kingdom Hearts, and that's what I know about Final Fantasy, honestly. Tifa Scan, no. Tifa FF. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I get you. Ah, the dedicated waifu character. Gotcha. Right, so the point is, whether the game is 35 megabytes or it's like 100 megabytes, which is what it would get up to if I don't compress the audio, it doesn't matter. You can quite literally have this on a flash drive and load the entirety of it into RAM, and that'll be fine. I don't believe there is literally a modern system that can run its own operating system that would struggle with hit idle. But at the same time, there's no point to taking up more storage space than you need, right? So let us be kind to players and be smart about our storage space usage. Storage space usage. There it is. Complicated words. And it really is pretty much just audio, because I had a look. Right? When you're optimizing, there's a saying, you can optimize precisely what you have profiled, where you have found issues, because otherwise you're just changing random code and it is probably going to result in the game running worse than better. So what we need to do is we need to look up, we need to do find voice. Oh, very good. Double abstraction, because I don't even need to change this function here. I just need to change the find voice function to, instead of giving me one specific sound asset, I want it to give me one out of an array of sound assets. So this is going to be a little awkward. Let me copy this so I can paste it here and create a little rainbow of unclosed brackets. Yeah, so I had some concern that, well, the game saves in JSON format, which is not the most efficient. You could make it more efficient in order to take up less storage space with the save files. It doesn't matter. So, funny little thing about the internals of your computer is your computer has what's called an address space, I think. Like every bit of data that is on your hard drive is inside of a block, like a city block, really. And that has a specific address, so that the computer can talk with itself, and the CPU can request, give me what is inside this storage block, or write this data to that storage block. This is a very abstract view of it, because, of course, at this point we are literally shoving electricity around metal, so it's not so much that you can abstractly address stuff, it's more that you are activating different gates depending on what voltage you put in, and I don't know, I don't even want to guess how complicated that gets. But at the abstract, you've got a specific address that you can read or write to, and naturally there's only so many of those. That is actually why in old versions of Windows you would have a limit of what is it? Well, it's 2 to the 32 addresses, which means that's a billion. Well, 4 billion, really. Because every 10 powers of 2 is 1,000, like 3 orders of magnitude of 10. So 2 to the 10 is 1,000, 2 to the 20 is 1,000,000, 2 to the 30 is a ban spambot, / ban this guy, goodbye. So 2 to the 32 addresses, which on older versions of Windows, obviously, you had only 32 bits to a number. So a number could only be up to 4 billion. Because you only have 4 billion different states that 32 bits can occupy. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, look up binary number system, that'll roughly get you there. And that means you've only got so many addresses to go around. So there were some tricks that you could apply, but ultimately you could only address so much stuff. You could, of course, address a partition. That's the big thing that Windows does when you format your hard drive. You divide it in partitions, and most of the time you just make a partition out of a hard drive. That's the most simple thing. So what Windows does, it addresses a partition and then it addresses an address within that partition. It used to be that partitions could only be so big. In fact, that is still true. It's just that we now have 64-bit address spaces, so that's like 16 billion spaces, and each address space is 2 kilobytes big, so that's a little beyond what we can even put on a single hard drive. So it's not a limit that we need to be worried about. But so you could only have 8 billion kilobyte sized chunks of address data. And because you could have 2 kilobyte per address, and you had 4 billion possible addresses, which sounds like a lot. And it kind of is. In fact, it might even be that it used to be 16-bit addressing, but you know, if you break it down, 8 billion kilobytes is 8 million megabytes, is 8,000 gigabytes, it's 8 terabytes. That's a limit that we can reach. And if you do 16-bit address space, well, that's tiny. That is 64,000. So 64,000 blocks of 2 kilobytes apiece. So that's times 2 kilobytes, that's 128,000 kilobytes. Only 128 megabytes. Right? Yeah, that math checks out. So partition size used to be tiny. It used to be a real issue. And why did I get to this? Right. the the only point that I was trying to make, which led me to this entire excursus, was that your hard drive is divided into these 2 kilobyte sized pieces. So any file, even if it is literally empty, even if it's just it exists but there's nothing on it, still has at least one of these addresses. And if it's like 2 kilobyte and 1 bit big, then on your hard drive it has 2 of these addresses dedicated to it, because it can't go any smaller. So it can't, it literally can't be smaller than 2 kilobytes. And hit idle saves, most of the time they are just a touch over 1 kilobyte. So even if I compressed my save files smaller, if I made them tiny so that they would fit within like 500 bytes, which is doable, but it would require some spaghetti coding that would be prone to errors. It would literally yield no benefit, because the game would consume the same amount of storage space because of that addressing, because each block must be a minimum of 2 kilobytes. So any effort making it smaller than the minimum size that it's going to take up anyway is completely wasted. So as for this, you need to change that. Now the voice struct is not going to give us a specific sound asset, it is going to give us an array. Return array random element from these voice assets. There. Now all of these are arrays, that's good. And I want to also remodel this method, because currently, you'll note, if the voice asset is already playing, then it doesn't do anything. It lets that voice finish. An alternative would be to stop the voice asset that's currently playing and start the one that we now want to do. But I don't feel like doing that. I want to let the voice finish playing out. Consequently, that works insofar as we had only a single voice asset. Now, of course, there's no guarantee that what we want to get is that the voice asset that we get is different, is the same one. In fact, we expect it to be different. So this check isn't gonna work. Let's just give it a try. Let me illustrate what I mean. So if we go, let's say right here, to a dialog with butterfly. Okay, this kind of worked out. Bad demonstration. Let me go to the minigame where she is monologuing. Ah, that's weird. Oh yeah, because there's a cooldown on replaying the same idol's voice. Right. Suppose we didn't have this cooldown, because I've gotten a little bit of a chip on my shoulder with that. I don't think it's the best possible solution. Right? That sounds horrible. So, and the problem is, this sounds okay, but the way that this works is it only tracks the last played voice. So if you are clicking through a dialogue, or let's even say that you've got skip dialogues on, which is an intentional feature that, yeah, ow. Hey, butterfly, real quick. This voice asset is gonna be half volume, okay? Excellent. If you've got skip dialogues on, then what's going to happen is that every time that you switch back and forth, the cooldown is reset. So that's what it sounds like. And that's not Gucci. So what we need to do is we need to find some way that different voice samples from the same person are not going to overlap. Luckily, we kind of already have this data, yeah? We are given what their internal name is. Now, one thing that we could do is we could make the cooldown per idol. We could track when was the last time that any given voice was played. And if it was less than 1.5 seconds ago, then don't play it. That would work, but this is intentionally written to always play a voice during a dialogue. So, not a fan. Alternative. Well, we need some way to detect when the asset has finished. Also, the problem with making a fixed cooldown is if you have a asset that is shorter, then, well, it's gonna have finished, but it's still not gonna play the new voice sound, which means it's going to be in silence. Alternatively, if you have one that's longer, then it's still gonna stack. Go. Options for that. Well, let's think. Describe it in basic English. What do we want to have happen? I want the voice of the idol not to play if it is already playing. And I would like for this to actually check whether it is, which means the way that we are currently set up, that is going to be tricky. Because we just get our one voice asset, but we don't know what the others are. Consequently, well, what we can do is we can check how long that voice asset is. Unfortunately, I think, yeah, well, some of them are longer slightly, but I think that's okay. Like, there's a period of silence after this if we listen. But it is also kind of just finishing, right? So I think that's okay. So what we're gonna do is we are going to look at how long the specific voice asset that we were given is, for which I certainly hope GameMaker has a function. I believe it does. Sound length in seconds. Are you stark raving mad? I need millisecond accuracy here, man. Please tell me that this is... Please tell me that this is in millisecond accuracy and it's a fraction. Let's see. Well, I don't know. Let us test. So, what we're gonna do is sound or no, audio, sound, length, sound, voice, butterfly. And that we're just gonna put into the console. So we expect that this gives us a value of 1.9. Shall we look? I think we shall. Okay. Here it is. Right there. It is 1.90. Okay. You know what? I really wouldn't have put it beyond Game Maker to have this as seconds rounded down or something. Wouldn't have put it beyond them. So... Awesome. That means that we need to take our length, var length is audio sound length of the voice times 1000 in milliseconds. And this now needs to be, we need some kind of tracking where we need to track when the voice of a given idle is going to end. So, voice ready, I'm gonna call it, going to be a struct, and initially it's going to have no content. We're not going to concern ourselves with reading this struct for the moment. We are just going to set it. So, voice, so struct set voice ready with the value of, sorry, not underscore, with the value of internal name, we're going to write in the current time plus the length. Yeah? That means that this is going to give us the exact moment that this audio asset ends. Now, there are other ways about this. There are, for instance, you can have the audio playback ended event, but we're currently in a script, and I could make an audio controller object which has these kinds of events, which just chills out in a room, and you can ask it to play a voice, or you can ask it to play a sound or whatever, and it tracks when a given sound asset has ended. You can do that. I actually made an ambient controller with precisely that purpose, but I think this is not necessary here. So, with this, we also need to then ask it, hey, if the voice ready struct has an entry for our current internal name, so this internal name has played a voice before, and struct get voice ready, so the value that is in it for our internal name is greater than or equal, yes, our current time. So if the time that the voice ends is later than what the current time is, don't do anything. We don't want to play another voice while the current one is still going. which would obsolete this. We don't need to check whether we are still playing that, because, well, we've got this voice ready struct for that. It also obsoletes these variables. And there we go. Let's give that a try. No, if I think skip dialogues is still on, so let's see how this sounds. Yep, that is precisely what I wanted. Since it frame perfectly skips every single piece of dialogue, the entire dialogue is finished by the time that one of them, by the time that the voice is even finished playing. So let's try this now, trying progressing the dialogue at a reasonable pace. Which does in fact keep playing the voice. Excellent. Now, there is one more issue that I would like to address, which is it is more than likely to play the same voice multiple times, leading us back to the same issue. One way to combat this would be to, well, simply have more assets. If you've got 10 different voice clips, then picking a random one each time is unlikely to give you a repeat. Although a 10% chance, tried many times, is still quite likely. So I would like to address that. And we shall do so in just a few minutes, as it is once again the top of the hour. I will take another cutesy, tiny, teeny mid-steam break. Walk around, stretch my legs. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. Gonna run a few ads. You can let them play, you can lurk, you can do whatever. I'm not doing this for the income. I'm only doing this so that pre-rolls stay off, which is a better streaming experience for everybody. So, see you in a bit when I unveil my amazing plan to make the voice distribution more random by making it less random. Stay tuned. See you in a bit. Okay, let us resume. That should be about over. I've consumed 3 delicious grapes. Precisely 3 of them. Actually, they're okay. They are a bit sour. Don't like them. Don't want them anyway. Righto. So, are you ready? Are you ready for me to unveil my master plan? My amazing feat of coding, which is going to assure that every single voice asset is played before there are repeats. Actually, well, it's at least going to make it much more likely. Well, that amazing feat of coding is going to be right here. We're gonna have to change this again. So instead of just throwing an array of all the different voice clips and then picking a random element from it, we're still largely going to do that. I mean, thinking about it now, one way to go about it would be to progress each of the arrays, meaning we could play the first clip, then the second, then the third, and repeat like so. But meh, don't feel like it. I don't feel like doing that, no. It would be quite easy. We would just have to once again track each of the internal names that we are given and which was the last index that we played, and then wrap around if we go to the last one. But nah. So what we are instead going to do is we're going to use a wonderful little piece of code that I made, which is the even distributor. And what that does is it is a cute little thing. It has a source of elements that it can draw on, and when we request it to give us a number of elements, in this case it's gonna be just the one. When we ask it to give us a random element, it is going to give us those elements. It's going to remember which it has used, and instead it tracks which ones it hasn't used, but you know, same thing. It tracks which elements it has already given out, and it's not going to give those out again. In effect, that means that it's going to give out every single voice clip that it has before giving out a duplicate. I've used even distributors pretty frequently. They are an insanely handy piece of tech to still make stuff random, but you know, a little less random. Because, well, it's an answer to the age-old problem that you want to give stuff out evenly. Like, for instance, I think I made it in the concert letter, where after a concert, Butterfly will write a letter to you. And in it, she talks about all the stuff that happens, and how it works under the hood is that there are a whole bunch of text lines that she can select from, and we pull in all the ones that are applicable. For instance, obviously Butterfly is only going to write about what Queen did if Queen was present at the concert, stuff like that. And in order to make the letter somewhat spread, in order to make it not so much about a single idol. I use an even distributor to spread out which idols she's writing about, so that each of the members is at least likely to get talked about. It's still not 100% guaranteed. There are going to be repeats, obviously, just because the letter has several lines that it talks about. So their idols are still going to be mentioned multiple times, but it should be that the entire band does get mentioned. Where logically, if you have a band of 3, then it is entirely possible that if you select a random idol 3 times, that it's the same one each time. And that is countered by using an even distributor. I am amazing, aren't I? So, this is now going to find us an even distributor, which means we no longer need to use array gets random element. We're also going to rename this in order to make it a little clearer what it is. And the voice distributor gets random. Look up what the method is called, because GameMaker is not going to tell me. Get random element with even spread. Yeah. Now it is going to give us each voice clip evenly. It is still possible that, let's say it gives us 1, 2, 3 in that order. The next time that we request a voice clip, it is going to refill its elements, and it is going to then randomly choose between 1, 2, or 3. It is still possible that it gives out number 3 as the next element. We could work on it and try to prevent that, but meh, that at that point I'm willing to accept. Like, we would have to keep track here. Also, it is possible that you simply request more elements than there are. This very much can happen. And I ran into an infinite loop. I didn't want to show this off because it's a little complicated, but for instance, if we go to random flavor, yeah, like, it is possible that we want more elements than there are in the band. And then, naturally, like, if we want 4 idols and there are only 3 idols in the band, if you enforce that there are not duplicates, you're going to get an infinite loop. That's just gonna be what happens. So, it needs to be possible that if this scenario occurs, you're just gonna get an array with a duplicate. I could implement logic here, which like takes the last element that we have returned and prevents it from being returned, but honestly, at that point, no one's gonna notice. It's not important. So, let's give this a shot. I know I talk up a lot about abstraction, but isn't this really cool? I did have to change the play voice function, but I could change the way that voices are selected without needing to care outside here. I could just change the code inside the find voice script, and then I have my logic different. And all that I care about out here is I call the script with an internal name and it gives me the voice asset for that idol. I don't care if there is specifically one, I don't care if there are many, I don't care how they are selected. It's just internal name goes into the find voice function and out comes a sound asset. Simple as. So let us give that a try just to see. Have I broken it? Does it crash? What do you figure? Place your bets now. By all means, it should just work. Yeah, this one's a little more forceful. Yeah, I'm gonna need to mess with these assets a little more, but you know, there's the basic of it. There is the basic of it. I've also, of course, I've had to recreate the settings that I used. Fortunately, I wrote down what those settings were, but evidently it wasn't perfect. So one of Butterfly's voice clips now sounds a little softer than the others. As compared to. And which is, I think, also due to volume. So we're gonna have to do audio balancing, but that's something that I am going to do by myself. Because that's not terribly interesting. It's just a bit of fiddly work. Okay, having done that. That was the biggest thing that I wanted to address. Because I don't want to add too many features. I want to add Steam integration, obviously, because this is going to be the Steam demo. And Steam would greatly appreciate if I do so. And I want to fix issues, and one of those issues, as has been very rightly pointed out, is that the voices are a little grating. And I think once I make them sound a little more uniform, I think that's gonna be fine, at least for the demo. I must say, some of these were easier to create than others, but what I'm saying is I'll still have a decent bit of time to create more and refine them ahead of the full release. And at this point, it's quite literally as easy as stuffing in new sound assets. One thing that I do regret a little bit is you may notice, if you have played the demo, which is out on itch, type in !demo to find the demo, #sellout. If you've played the demo, you may notice that that isn't Crimson's voice. This is Crimson's voice. This is the same tones in the same progression, same tempo. Although it might not be. I'm just noting, this is 2 seconds long. Crimson's original voice is 1.5 seconds long. Huh. It might be that this is simply at a lower tempo, and that's why it is lower. Because, right, you can tell, this sounds different. It sounds like these are smaller bells. the exact name of the instrument is a celesta, which is, I think, hollow metal tubes being played. So it's like little bells. Wouldn't make it work. So I recreated those assets with the new settings, and I'm just gonna swap out the voice if I can't make it sound the same, and hope nobody notices. Simple as. So it is weird. I will try with a higher BPM. Maybe that really is the key. Because I would like to preserve this voice. Obviously, I've spent 2 years listening to this, although dialogues took some time and adding voices took some more time, but it's definitely been over a year since Crimson has had this voice, and that's the voice that I want them to have. So I don't want to change it. Though, if I have to, I don't hate this. Crimson is supposed to be a little androgynous. You know, they are the genderless character. They are biologically female. They just don't care about societal norms, is the difference. But they're not like messing with their biology. So they would still have a relatively feminine voice. At least when they aren't screaming at anybody, as they like to do. Anyway, yeah, I, more than anyone, know exactly how Crimson is supposed to sound, and to change it would be weird. Anyway, well, having done this, yes, as I just said, I don't want to add too many features. I am quite satisfied with the way that the demo is, and I would like to submit this build for the next fest, as it's good to put a bow? Yeah, put a bow on it. How is that pronounced? Like, you know, in the meaning of a little ribbon that you wear in your hair or that you put on a box. I've only ever read it. Anyway, what that means is we shouldn't do that much coding. We should instead do assets. Hooray! I love doing assets. But what if I do code? Well, it's not that I have no ideas. That ain't it. Hey, by the way, is this centered? Serious question. Is this centered in the asset? I think it is. It might be. This might be bang on centered in the middle, which would be amazing. Even though I didn't look. Well, it would be 616. Oh, well, kinda. It's just that the origin is weird, so if we set the origin properly, it looks even more centered. Well, let's give it a look properly by setting the grid to be 616, which means the middle of the image is right here. 616, what does that divide by? Not a lot, I'm afraid. It goes by 308, it goes by 154. It then further goes by 154 is 77, which is 7 times 11. You know, just in case you thought Steam had any kind of reasonable grid sizes. 77 times a lot. Yeah. That'll do us. Anyway, I can actually work just with this. So if I set this to be an 8x8 grid, so each pixel being one part of the one cell of the grid, if we zoom it properly, this looks okay. No? So there are certain zoom levels where GameMaker will highlight a group of 5 grid squares. That's okay, I think. Okay, yeah, you see that the line is very slightly thicker. Maybe I'm insane, maybe it doesn't come through on Twitch at all. The point is, the very middle of the image is right here. So, shall we count? Let's. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 5 makes 8, 9, 14, 15, 20, and 24. As compared to, this is 4, 5, 10, 11, 16, 17. But I'm just counting random stuff. What I need to do is I'll try my game later on today. Ooh, on stream. Cool. I'll let me dump you a follow so that I can get notified when that happens, because I'd love to be there. For which I need to. I'm just gonna go to your actual account, Mr. Dboy_. Yep. When is it that you stream? Midnight. No? Well, whatever. Whatever, whenever. I'll see if I can be there. Let's settle on that. So, I mean, it's possible that in order to be perfectly centered, this would be like, you know, 1 pixel over that way. It doesn't matter. Like, if you look at this, what matters is that the node is actually perfectly centered, I think. At least it looks centered enough to me. So I'll take that. I'll DM you the timestamp so you can check it out whenever. Yeah. Yeah, I'll certainly try to be there live. See the wonderful reactions, see if you run into any issues that I need to fix, obviously. I have done my best to make it issue-free. Just ask my playtesters, I've been quite insistent. But yeah, I'm happy with the state that it is in now. So what I want to do is I want to get to the point that I can put this on Steam as a demo, and then we can continue developing. Naturally, like, I don't necessarily need to not develop the game. What I can do is I can just make a Steam branch, and then if I'm quite confident that it's working, I can leave that branch, I can have a release made out of that, and the beauty of source control branches is I can develop on the main branch and the Steam demo isn't gonna change. Also, the way that I've set it up, with the demo being the first part of the game, if I make it intelligently, then it's not gonna... if I develop at the end of the game, then it's not gonna affect the demo, because that is simply something from after the demo ends. Right. But I suppose while we're here, while we have time, I can't not. So, for this, let's close all but this. Let us do the vertical capsule is, you'll note, it's a little bit wider than the library capsule, for which, let's see, let's think. The menu logo would be something, this is 138, so 748 by 138 is 5 and some. So this is already 5 times, yeah? Yeah, this is a 5 by 5 grid. So what I could do is I can have the logo simply side by side and then do the same thing. Alternatively, what I can do is I can scale this up. This is another trick that I learned trying to make these assets. Like, I like the way that this library capsule looks. I also like the snazzy logo layout, so yeah, I think I'll be forgiven if, like, here the logo is horizontal, but in these vertical ones it is snazzy. Because what I would like to try is to basically keep the same layout, but this is a 6 by 6 grid, whereas this is 5 by 5. And if we do the math, basically if this was 1 pixel big, in fact we can just copy it and have a look. If we reduce this to a size that each pixel is 1 pixel. Fortunately, this is not a prime numbered size, so we can do that. It is still exactly the same image, but now each pixel is 1 pixel big. That's 120 by 180. We can now take this and we can upscale it to a times 6 factor, which is going to make it taller than it needs to be, but we can work with that. That is something that we can fix. So for that, it'll need to be 748 by 896. Right. Listen, I know I've complained way too much about this, but why couldn't it be 900 pixels tall? Why couldn't it be 720 by 900? That would be so much easier. Or 750 by 900 or whatever. It could be a slightly wider variation of the library capsule, but the same height. What of it, really? So, what we need to do, we need to bring this into proper size now. So, what we need to do is, this has gotta be 748 wide. I'll address the height later. We'll have to scooch it together a little bit on the height. And yep, and I'm going to keep it in the center so that these borders are on either side, because I'm just gonna scooch those out. Scooch, 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 scooch. I'm going to increase the distance between the speech bubbles and the border, because I quite like the way that the speech bubbles and the logo are positioned horizontally relative to each other. So I want to maintain that. Okay, now just fill in the holes that we've made. Fill in these with a drawing size of 6 and the line tool. Let's see, do we have a perfect pixel grid? I don't believe so. Not that it matters. Nope. Of course not, because this is a weird size. But that's okay. Just fill this in. Okay, so yeah, out here the pixel grid doesn't align with the end of the image, as Lord Gabe Newell has decreed. But that's fine, because I'm sure we're breaking the rules a little bit, but nobody's gonna notice. What is important is that all the pixels are still the same sizes. Okay. There. It's got a bit more empty space, but that's okay, because we're gonna have to move it together anyway. One more time. The vertical capsule has a height of 896. Right. Give me 1 second, I need to turn on a thing. Okay, thing turned on. Excellent. Which means this is, well, we need to lose 1/6 of the height that we have. Meaning, well, if we make this just about, well, it's currently 1080, it needs to go down to 896. We're gonna make this a Y of 180. So, this right here, this entire lower part will go. So, in fact, a little more than just it will go. It'll go to here. This line is 900 pixels. So from here we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels up. This is now the space that we have. Which means we gotta scooch stuff together a little bit. This I don't believe is just gonna work out, but we can certainly try. Kind of. It's a bit too tight here on the logo. Also, I would like to ascertain that we are in fact aligned with the pixel grids, like so. So, multiple tricks that we can apply here. Sorry, employ or apply, or as you like. Also, are we not aligned with the grid? No? No, we are not. Ugh. Yeah, that's because this edge where the grid starts, yeah, that's a little bit further. Can't you... No, no, there's not a grid offset option. Boo. Although I swore there was. Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating this entire thing? The two things tend to work out for me because I will them to, because this is all a huge dream. Well, let's hope not, and if it is, then... Hey, if it is, then that means that Hit Idol is going to be a huge success and I get to, reality or not, I get to live the life of making games for awesome people, so... Hey, sign me up, screw reality. There is, I swear, there was a software where you could give the grid an offset. I could have sworn it was Game Maker. But I guess not. Anyway, so let's say this speech bubble can certainly go down a little. I will readjust the grid to be the pixel grid so that we can better align this. And my god, I do hate that this isn't aligned anymore. Also, of course, there's this, but don't worry about that. Although, you see this, yeah? This bottom line where the hard speech bubble would just about meet this corner. So I think what we're gonna have to do, as much as it breaks my heart, we have to move this down so that it is aligned with this, so that it is aligned with the pixels in the lower corner, because if it wasn't, that would actually be notable. Either that or we need to go like 1 pixel up. Let's try that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. There, that's gonna be good. Now, this one needs to come down. I'm also going to align this similarly. So it's 2 underneath the grid. Like so. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try that. It may seem silly, but single pixels very much do make a difference. Well, display pixels, that is. So a 6x6 square in this case. I'm then also going to take the logo and scooch it up a tiny bit. It is currently vertically aligned with the pixel grid, not horizontally. Neither is the speech bubble. That is also going to be a small problem. That's okay. So I'll take this and I'll move it up like so. Just to create a little bit of distance between the speech bubbles and the logo. In fact, what I will also do is I'll move the logo itself closer together. There. And then I'll just scoot it over so that everything is on the same horizontal grid alignment. There. Isn't this fun? Are you enjoying yourself? Are you having fun knowing that single pixels are going to make a very large difference in what looks appealing or what subconsciously repels people, making them feel weirdly uncomfortable? I certainly enjoy that. I certainly enjoy that you have to worry about the subconscious psychology of people as to whether you put it 1 pixel this way or that way. Right, so I like the alignment of the speech bubbles relative to each other, so I'll just move them both 2 pixels to the left, which makes them both off-center. There is now more space between this border and this speech bubble tail and that speech bubble tail and this border. Hey, but it does mean that all of the visible elements are properly aligned. This right border here isn't aligned, which is also helped by moving the speech bubble so that if we draw the line up from this border, there's quite some distance. There's not a direct vertical line where you would expect it to be aligned. There's not that. So, what are we going to do with this? With this, we further need to cut off the bottom. Hey, here's a funny thing that GameMaker does. This sprite is not that sprite. If you open the inspector, it will give you the inspection of the thing that you have selected in the list. Would you maybe be more interested in inspecting the sprite that you are actively editing? I mean, I would argue so, but evidently the decision makers at GameMakers have decided otherwise. So, give this a resize into our glorious 896 height, which should deliver us exactly with a height of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect 6 pixels at the bottom. There. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Oh, that, I suppose, is going to be our vertical capsule. Delete Steam vertical capsule, yes. So that we can rename this into it. And when I already say when I find an artist through some means, this is one of the sprites that I'll give them right away, because this is how you see it in the store. This is the most important sprite, because this is what it shows you and essentially what decides whether they even click on your game and give it a literal second look or not. Actually, I lied. This is what it shows you when... This is what it shows you when a game is featured. When it is on sale or something like that. So if you go to the front page of the Steam store right now, there is... What sale even is there? Squeenix publisher. There are some special offers. It's not currently... What is this game?
Okay.
Ah, yes, but I've heard of that one. Anyway. So currently there actually aren't any vertical capsule games, but still, you know, when you are featured, you want to be eye-catching. So this is one of the first images that the player is going to see from your game. Otherwise, the other big one is the main capsule, which is this one, which I like this. I'll certainly be focus group testing this. I suppose, hey, focus group, people in chat, how about this sprite? If you saw this, would you click on it? I'm joking, but also kinda not. Yeah? I mean, what matters is how does it look to people, and I really cannot judge this because I've slaved over this for not that long, honestly. But I have seen every single pixel of this and I've dissected it to such a degree that to me it is just that. It is color on a background. So I'll be focus testing this, but I quite like it. I quite like having just a single text box here, or the speech bubble, or whatever you want to call it, instead of the double. I think, again, though there would be space to squeeze in both, like up here, I don't think that's necessary. There is an argument to be made. Of course, we could argue, should we swap this out? Should this be the hearts speech bubble? I think it's good for it to be facing right, but obviously that doesn't need to mean anything. We could swap it out so that this is the hearts speech bubble with a tail to the right. No, I think that's okay, because what you learn very quickly in game development is you need to convey a lot of information and you have not a lot of space. Heck, allow me to illustrate. For instance, I figured I'll be fancy. I'll make a story, but it is going to be told entirely through dialogue. So I won't have any prose. I won't have any time where like the narrator is speaking, saying, "Queen does this, Queen is silent and blushes." No, I have to do it all through dialogue. And in order to make these dialog boxes fit on the screen properly, I made an entire system where the dialog box checks how big it is, and if it wouldn't fit properly on the screen, then it automatically divides the text into multiple chunks that it can display. And that system, I do my best not to have trigger, because it's kind of a failsafe. Because obviously it's much prettier if the text lays out exactly the way that I want it to. Which means, you may note, this is already a pretty long dialogue line. Yeah, this is just about the longest that it can go, right? This is quite long. This is 1.5 sentences. I would wager that almost every sentence I have spoken on stream, because I am a rather soliloquious kind of fellow, I have probably most sentences that I've spoken on stream are longer than would fit into these text boxes. In fact, I can give you specific numbers. These text boxes are allowed to have 80 characters of text, 80. That means, for reference, I'm pretty sure that original tweet length, if we Google that real fast, was 140 characters. So, well, that's interesting. It used to be that tweets were actually run through text messages, and text messages had a character limit of 160 characters, because those, the channel that text messages run on, were intended for purely emergency broadcasts, like weather warnings or stuff like that. Until an engineer noticed that that exists, and he figured, but what if I... And then he tried putting just arbitrary text through that channel, and, you know, tech developed. Which I love. There's a talk from Dylan Beatty. I don't 100% remember his last name, but you know who I'm talking about, right? The guy who makes amazing tech talks, who invented the Rockstar programming language. You've probably heard a talk from him. The talk that he gives on electricity, which kind of also turns into a talk on the internet. I think that's the same talk, where the internet runs on the phone line, and it still does. Make no mistake, wireless internet doesn't, but any wired internet pretty much runs through your phone line. It may have a distributor box, which has fiber, but it is very unlikely that your house has fiber laid into it, unless it's, I guess, newly created, then it might. So, and why does it? Because the phone line is what's there. The phone line is distributed. That's, of course, also why, the mail and trains are so heavily interlocked, at least in countries that have functioning rail services, because the rail service is there. It's a thing that you can use. It's maybe not perfect. You need a great deal of effort in order to make sure that all your letters get to where they're supposed to within the allotted time. And a bit of background here in Switzerland. In most cases, if you put up a letter before 5 p.m. and you pay them, I think it's now 1 franc 10. So you pay for fast shipping, it will be where it's going the next day. Between 5 p.m. and in some places, like at my old place, I got my mail at 9. So that is, 16 hours that it has to go from literally anywhere in Switzerland to me. Obviously, this is not a hard guarantee. It could be, like, especially if you put it up way late and it was only going to be sorted with the last sorting pass, it might not get there the very next day. Okay, I don't like that voice asset, but, you know, the relevant part is that there are different sound assets. So that's the point, that you need to go for a lot of effort to make it work, but there is infrastructure for it to work. And have I forgotten where I was going with this? Absolutely. No, right, text messages. So, sure, it would have been great if text messages could have any length. To this day, they can't. Yeah? To this day, sure, you can send long text messages, but what your phone does under the hood is it divides it up into chunks, and then it sends those, and it tells the other phone, hey, these are part of the same message. And then the other phone goes and looks and says, okay, these are part of the same message, so I'm going to squish them together. But under the hood, these are separate messages that are no more than 160 characters each. Because at the time that the emergency broadcast system was made, it was decided that there would be no need for more than 160 characters, and because it wasn't intended to do anything other than emergency broadcasts, nobody thought there would be any need for more. So that's cool. But the emergency broadcast system is being used, I would wager, 99.99% more for text messaging than it is for emergency broadcasts. Though I do get them occasionally. I should get my phone. It's still in the other room. So, just to put that into perspective, the amount of text that I can put into a single dialogue line is half of a text message. It is half of a original length tweet. So it's really not a lot that I can put in there. You need to be extremely succinct. And to lead it back to these sprites, well, I've got this many pixels to communicate what my game is, and communicate that, hey, you like this, you would probably enjoy this game, please have a look at it. So I need to use every single pixel that I get without making the game too crowded. I like to use the example of Red Dead Redemption because, well, when I made myself a little reference document that you can't see, but I made a little reference document just to look up okay, which images is Steam referring to here? Because they give you a description of what a vertical capsule is, but they don't show you a screenshot of it in context. So I made screenshots for myself. And yeah. It so happens that at the time that I made those screenshots, there was a sale on Red Dead Redemption 2. Neat and all. And well, what does Red Dead Redemption 2 want to communicate? It wants to communicate its logo. It wants to show you that it's about Arthur, who's a grim guy who's not afraid to use a gun, which is why everywhere his key art is him pointing the gun ready to make the bang go that way. And also there's a few other people, which this seems like I'm being sarcastic. This seems like I'm mocking it. No, I'm really not. It is a significant part of the game that this is a Red Dead Redemption game, or you may even recall Red Dead Revolver, but there's a band involved. In this case, a band of bandits rather than idols. But Arthur having a gang is a very significant part of the game, which is why it gets to be on the key art in this tiny little thing. And if you truly analyze art like that, you see that in most cases, every single pixel was lovingly put there by hand with a purpose. And if it doesn't serve the messaging that it needs to, then it isn't there. Right, so that's a lot of yapping. I've yapped a bit because it is time for another break. So I will be doing that. What I turned on previously was the oven. I have reheated a quick lunch, so I'm gonna try eating that on break. It should be quick. So as per the usual, gonna stretch my legs, walk around a bit, have a delicious freezer burrito that I kind of regret making, but hey, I've made it, so I'm gonna have to eat it. And if I eat it, then it's not there anymore. Right, you guys, feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In just a bit, we're gonna return, and I guess maybe I'm going to force myself to make more assets. Maybe we can think of something else to do. I certainly hope the latter. But see you in a bit. Be right back. Okay, let us continue. I've had a wonderful little break. Consumed half of a burrito, which is really all that I feel like. Not because I don't want to eat, but listen, I've made a mistake. It is tofu with onions, bell pepper, and carrots, which all sounds wonderful, and it kind of is. I just hate bell pepper. I don't know why I used them. Well, I do remember, actually. I remember it perfectly well. I felt that I had to, in order to make it authentic for what it was trying to be. Unfortunately, what it's trying to be may be accurate, but I don't like it. Anyway. Welcome back. So, let us ponder. Let us ponder what can we do. Somehow I've managed to create almost all of the assets that I'll need, except for the library hero, which is so the library hero is obviously going to be its own kind of thing. This, as a reminder, this image right here is what Steam shows you in your library view. It is when you have clicked on the game, it is the top banner that is above the play button and all the whatnot. So this actually isn't that important, all things considered. Because at this point, if we have that, then, well, that means that the player has already bought the game. At this point, I already have their money. That's a bit sarcastic, but it is certainly less important for this to be perfect than for, let's say, the main capsule, which, let us remember, this is the first and usually only thing that people are going to see. So this needs to be good. Maybe I am overthinking this. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm just gonna look at Steam. If you don't know what to do, then look for references. So, of the games that I have installed right now, which... Wait. That's... Yeah. So, Steam lets me share my own library with my developer account because, well, it's logged in on the same machine, so it figures I am a family member, if not the same person. How very kind of Steam. So, what do we have? The logo certainly needs to be centered. In fact, how it works is Steam has two different assets. The library hero doesn't need to show the logo. The library hero is the background. The library logo here, that is your logo. And this is a super tiny thing because this entire thing starts at the top of the screen. So you can only scroll for like 3 ticks before it's completely off screen. But the logo scrolls faster than the hero. So this creates a little parallax effect. And yes, Steam insists on doing this. Obviously. You can also define where the logo should be displayed. For which you can put it on the left, you can put it in the bottom left. You can put it in the center. That's what I'm planning on doing. So what I'm seeing right now is, well, again, it would be very helpful if I had anything like a main character to show off. Though, looking at hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades, which is a beautifully named game and just a beautiful game altogether. Basically, it's a VR game where you get to play with guns and explosives. It is infantile, it is childish, it is silly, and it's just fun. Because the problems that guns have is, well, the everything. They are designed to kill, and they're also pretty expensive. So what if neither of those things? What if, even if you blow yourself up, and trust me, you can, there were never going to be any consequences, and all the guns are free. Even if you, like for instance, didn't you ever want to shoot a, what's it called? The javelin missile is what the drones shoot, right? But, you know, didn't you ever want to shoot a surface-to-air missile? The really fancy ones that lock on and then track their target? Well, you could join the army and you might get to shoot one of them, firing off about $12,000 of taxpayer money. Or you could go into VR and do it there. And I assure you, it is just as fun. So, but what I wanted to say is the games that don't, strictly speaking, have a protagonist like Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, Hand Grenades, Outer Wilds, that kind of stuff are mostly just a screenshot from the action or a key art. Like Space Cam has no character art. Space Cam is another wonderful game, by the way. One that will make your brain hurt. But if you manage to get yourself into the Space Cam brain space, it is quite enjoyable. Watch out though, the game tricks you, because it's literally just process engineering. It's not a game. You are doing something that people get paid for. And that is... the point is that that can be fun unto itself. Needing to think, how can you make the timing work out? How can you make sure that these things don't deadlock? All that stuff. So yeah, it's mostly just a representative image with the logo. So well, let's make a start, which is, first we're going to make sure that the pixel grid is the same size as the logo. Because, well, I say it often enough, I am very particular about this. This is, I think, an 8x8? No? Is it 6x6? No? What size is this? Well, it's clearly bigger than 6x6. Is this 9? No, it's 10. Good, because 9x9 would be... No? It might be 9x9. Let's see. Obviously it's not aligned, but if I do align it... Yep, this is 9x9. So, what we're gonna do then is... No, the logo is 9x9, which means we are first going to draw ourselves a spy spread, which is what I call the color scheme of the table. So, step 1, put that there. Step 2, take the darker color and draw out a border. For this, I could use different sizes. Like, there are different corners shapes, and I may want to employ a larger one. In Steam, so far, I've been using just the same shape of corner. But considering how large this image is, here it is, we may want to use something larger that properly fits our aesthetic. The problem is, this is, simply put, this is larger than anything I've ever used. Let's see, if this was 1 by 1, this would be divided by 9, which would mean it would be, at this point the smart engineer pulled out his calculator, this would be 426.6, repeating, pixels large, whereas my normal game runs at a native resolution of 320 by 180. It's also significantly less tall at this size, so by 9, yeah, it's a little taller than the game window, than the game's innate resolution, and it is significantly wider. It's about a third wider. Okay. Right. Well, this onto itself isn't gonna do it, but the point is, that is a bit difficult. I suppose I'm just gonna start with the thing that I know, which is I am gonna start with a pixel grid of 9 by 9, and I'm gonna make the corners and see how they look. Maybe they don't need to be changed at all. Okay. That's you here. Yes. 5 on each direction, and then another 2 here. That is our corner. As per the usual, take this, copy this, and then scroll a very long distance to the other corner and paste it there. Obviously this doesn't fit onto a 9 by 9 pixel grid. I didn't expect it to, but we'll just commit a little sin and make the corner unaligned, because otherwise I would have to make this border thinner, and that would be extremely notable. No one's going to notice that across the entire distance of going from, let's see it, here to here, we lose a few pixels. So it's not perfectly aligned. No one's gonna notice. What they are gonna notice is if one border is less wide than the other. Okay. So, if we wanted to, we could submit that. Do we want to though? No, I don't feel like it. So, what can we put here? One option is we can scale up the photos to a 9x9, and we can put those there, but I have, I believe, stated my reservations often enough with using character art. I want the character art to be refined before I fully release, so I want to I don't want to put it in the marketing material exactly, even though this isn't marketing material, but you know what I mean. So let's just launch a game real fast and think it over. Well, if we aren't going to put character art in there, then we can put something else. Yeah, we can take let's see, we are also discouraged from putting text in here. So we are discouraged from putting text in here. Once again, don't tell the AAA games that they shouldn't put review codes. In fact, I quote, "This should be a visually rich image that is easily recognizable. For best result, please use the key art that is used for any retail boxes or marketing. Do not include quotes or other strings of text. At the center of the template is a safe area of this big. This area will remain uncropped, etc., etc. Who cares? Library hero image should not contain any text or logos. Your logo to display at the top of the library page should be uploaded separately. See below." So, no text, visually rich, which means putting just the table might be not enough. Problem with that. Problem with that is that my game contains a lot of text. Though, well, maybe it is. Yeah. Maybe we can quite literally rip a screenshot of this, fill the music sheet up a bit and do that. Ooh, oh, you know what? I could put a bunch of notes on this sheet and then obviously also edit it in post and put a bunch of pink hearts on it. Ooh, that would be lovely. Yeah. And this is... this would just about fit. Because if I scale this up from a 6x6 pixel grid to 9x9, it would just about fill out what this is, though it would be significantly taller than it, I think. Let's see. Just gonna quit the game real fast. I will remember... I think that is cursed. So, what assets can we use? Let's go to, not media, let's go to minigames. And go to Songcraft. And here, our music sheet sprite. I'm quite proud of that one. And I have also referenced, how do I put this? People who do music, as I don't. I've conferred with them, and this is how a music sheet should look. So, this, I'm looking at the sizing right now. It's 262 wide, 111 tall, which means it would comfortably fit, if it's upscaled 9 times, would comfortably fit in here. In fact, I could even fit a lot more, because the engineer does math, watch out. 262 times 9 is only 1800 plus 9 times 60, which is 540, plus 2 times 9, which is 18. Together that makes 558, 2300, and some more. 2358. There it is. So it would certainly take up the majority of the image, but there would be plenty of space still. So I don't think I would have these, like these controls. Maybe, but I don't think so. So fill this up with a bunch of nodes, either literally put it in the game and fill it like that. I mean, why not, yeah? Why do it manually when I've got the game to position the nodes properly for me and stick a bunch more stuff on there in post? Or do it manually. Yeah. Let's make a start on that. So, do I want to do it in-game or do I want to do it manually? I can do both. I can do either one. The thing is, if I want to do it in the game, then I need to commit to what I want the song to be. And I don't think I'm ready for that kind of commitment, I'm sorry. So I think I am going to manually position the nodes. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take this and move it to media, then this is going to be the ×9 version of it. We're going to close the original so that we don't modify it by accident. And this is 999. And I suppose I'll let you partake in my thoughts. I just had a wonderful idea that in poster artistry, it's well, there's not as many obvious places. There's not as many obvious things to put, except the crayon. Right? A big thing in this game is that you are part of the arts and crafts lunch hour. So your budget is no. Your budget is you don't have a budget. So you have to make do with cardboard, paper, and crayons. So imagine this. Imagine you have a music sheet on top, and imagine further that it has some music on it. Also, there's a bunch of crayons about. And they are, of course, not going to be white. They are going to be different colors. I suppose this is a peek under the hood. All of the crayons that you see in poster artistry come from this sprite. They are drawn with different blend colors instead of creating different assets. Let's see what I mean. All of these, yeah, they are the same sprite. It's just, I've told this crayon, you're going to draw yourself with red. And this one, you're going to draw yourself with blue, etc. Because why do a lot work when little work do trick? So, yeah. Also, I used to have it so that I think it was this one, I think it was the pink cursor. Like, I used to actually have this as my Windows cursor, but unfortunately, Windows does this wonderful thing where it keeps resetting my settings, so even if I change my cursor, it doesn't stick, so eventually I just got tired of it. It also does this wonderful thing with my taskbar settings. Every day I have to open taskbar settings and tell it to display all window icons on all taskbars. Specifically, I have to change that setting to something else and then change it back to all taskbars, which is the only way that the setting is applied. Otherwise, it's only the main taskbar and the one with the open window. I love Windows. It certainly is an operating system that isn't worse than the alternatives, and I will not debate this. Thank you, please. My preference is Windows. So, right, so there's going to be a bunch of crayons, which features the small issue that, well, this is the entirety of the crayon sprite, so I'm going to have to strategically put it in a place where it's not going to be shown, or alternatively I'm going to have to draw it out a little. Right, that's not undoable. In fact, well, firstly, let us do our breakthrough, which is we're gonna take all of this, we're gonna merge all these layers together so that we can copy this easier, and then we're gonna go to our, not the background, to our library hero. This is sized at ×9, so with our grid already set up like this. Looks funny when you zoom in, doesn't it? Let's just yeet this onto its different layer, music sheet, and yeet that like so. Did I perfectly align that first try? Oh, I did! I'm the best! Did I horizontally align it? No! I suck! There. Also, this is, of course, nowhere near anything we might describe as centered. It might not need to be, though. I think I want it to be vaguely centered. There's some discussion to be had here, where, like, what do I want to do? Do I want to have the logo in the middle? Or do I want to have it here off to the sides and the content is more to the right? I can't give you a specific answer on that just yet. I figure I'll just have to do an A/B test, like create both assets. And then we can see about that. But what's the golden rule of game making? What is that rule? Oh, I perfectly moved it by a multiple of 9. I'm amazing. The golden rule of game making is you can't know the answer from the start, so just do something and then evaluate, is that what you want or do you want something else? So let's see, let's count. 1, 5, 8, 9, 12, 15 pixels from the top to the top edge, and this is 3, 6, 9, 10-ish. I already forgot. On the bottom it's 10. On top it is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. That's unfortunate. That means that we can't perfectly center it. Oh well. Hello, Grog. How's life? I am shockingly making progress on Steam. At least I have an inspiration. So this needs to go. If we want the entire thing to be centered, it's currently 15 pixels from the top and 10 pixels from the bottom, which means if we subtract 3, so we move it up by 27 ticks, then this is gonna be centered enough. It is unfortunately an uneven center, but that's fine. So it needs to go right here. I suppose, hey, give me an opinion, yeah? What do you think? So this is the library hero. Music is a bit unchill right now. So this is the banner that's on top when you've selected the game in your library. And naturally, most of the time this is going to be looked at for a second, maybe. But I've noticed that this really is a busy image for most games. So what I figured was I'll put a music sheet here. I'm gonna put a bunch of notes on it playing some song. I am struggling with the temptation to make it Megalovania in C major, and which exists, and that is a horribly cursed song. But it does exist. Um, and and I'm also gonna have some crayons. Like, it's an image in Hit Idol, obviously it's gonna have some pink hearts on it. So the question that I'm asking myself right now is, where would we want to put the logo here? Because my initial instinct was to have it centered. But Steam gives you a few options, of course. You can have it centered, you can have it on the left, you can have it left bottom, I think. I think those are your three options. And we can also have it in different ways, like for the library header, I've made this simple thing, which I'm quite happy with that. But for the library capsule, there, I've broken the line on the logo, so it's this more snazzy multi-line thing. So that's a bunch of decisions, isn't it? We could have the single line one in the center. We could have this in the corner, though. Right, no, it doesn't need to be this size. But yeah, analysis paralysis in it. Ultimately, the answer is I'm just gonna make both variations, I suppose, and I'm gonna ask a friend who, for some reason, doesn't get tired of me bothering him. Gonna show him both variations. So the thing is, the library logo has a very handy advantage, which is, unlike every other asset which must be an exact pixel size, the logo must be either 1280 wide or 720 tall. Grog, are you ligmaing me? What's Figma? No, that's a real tool. I trust you. Yeah. There's an official Steam tool for testing these assets on Figma. I've never heard of Figma, but this looks cool. I mean, what I can also do is I can literally just put it into Steam. Like, I've got this all set up already. I've got in my Steam library for my developer account, there's Hit Idol, which it makes me excited beyond explanation that I can, this is real. It's my game that I've made and it's inside Steam, and before too long, it'll really be there. Presuming that all goes well. Right? Even this testing version for right now, it's crazy. So, I can just put it in there, I can publish it, like, for testing, obviously. I was a little nervous the first time that I pressed the publish button, but thankfully we're not actually publishing, we're just publishing the changes, which is good. But yeah, so I can try that, or I can just, I can put it on the image. So, so I can just take this image and, like, position the logo as it would go, which is probably not the worst idea anyway. In fact, let's just do that. Let us take the logo in its 9x9 glory and yes, paste a music sheet over it. Thank you, Game Maker. I want a brush that is music sheets. Send the link on Discord. Yeah. Thanks. Oh, I see. Official Dropbox link. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, I'll look at that. For sure. Thanks for that. Listen, Game Maker, if you use it, you have to stand a little bit of insanity, and comparatively, the sprite editor is quite sane. Well, the every copy paste is a brush thing is that's a little insane, especially that you can then do this. Woo! Line! Let's not play around with the assets that we plan to release, but ultimately, this is a pretty good sprite editor. It's not powerful, I'll say, especially not for animation. I wouldn't want to use it for that. For animation, I'd probably go to a sprite, but this is exactly. It's good to get someone started. As always, Game Maker is not intended to be a huge thing, though I think it is perfectly good, even for professional game development. This is not the thing that I want to look at. No, I want to look at the library hero, but it is of course aimed at... I see an issue. It is aimed at making your first game. Okay. Right. Well, there's the virtue of testing. And testing quickly before I, bother to identify a song that I want to put on this, and then I was gonna position every individual note and whatnot. Yeah, so we can't put the logo on top of the music sheet, which means I suppose we are going to go with this alternative layout. Scoot you very slowly over that. Jeez. Scoot you over that way slightly faster. And then just fix the horizontal alignment that I broke. Oh, it was 1 pixel off. God, I'm amazing. And actually, since Steam requires magic pixel alignment, I am going to align this with this border here. So naturally, the image size doesn't divide cleanly into 9x9 squares, which is why I am scooting the music sheet over a little bit so that it is aligned with this side of the border. Just a little thing that you have to do. Right, so that's going to be roughly over here. Then the logo is going to go here. We could also then discuss, is it going to be like so? I'm kind of feeling this snazzy version here, where let me just steal that. Vertical capsule or library capsule. The library capsule is slightly bigger. I think I'm going to steal it from here. So, you are a 6x6, yeah? No, you are 5x5. Well, there's a cool advantage to pixel art here, which is, this is big pixels. I can just steal this, then I can downscale it to 1x1, and then upscale it to 9x9 as I wanted. So, sprite, Steam, library, logo, Nazi. Yeah. So, put that in here. Right. First, just make it fit. Like so. One down. And hang on. I've got a mouse where I can set my DPI for exactly this purpose. There. That's a perfect fit. I'll never get rid of this model of mouse. It's only got, you know, the 2 buttons and 2 on the side. So it's not a proper gaming mouse, but having the DPI toggle, it usually never matters until it does. So, let's see. This is 510 by 360, which we are gonna scale down. 1/5 of 360 is 72. Yep, that adds up. So, and then we're gonna upscale it again to 9 times size, so that's 918. Boop. And there we are. Oops. Help. I've created a window that I now can't close. That's unfortunate. Oh, there we are. Right. Now this is full size. We can go back to the library hero. Right. So yeah, so that's gonna be something like this. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I might actually move it slightly closer together as it is on the vertical capsule, as that is slightly smaller. I had to move the logo together there, but I actually don't hate that. So this is just a logo reference. And this I like. So turn on the grid, watch the perfect alignment on the first try kid do his magic, and come on. Use the load API. 1 over, 2 over. There it is. Perfect. First try. Didn't use any kind of help. Okay. So what we're going to do is, yeah, logo is probably gonna live in the bottom left, I figure. It can also live slightly further up, I suppose. Also, before we forget, this is just gonna get some extra padding to be 720 tall. There we go. And I suppose while we're here, we're gonna do the other thing that we talked about, which is I'm gonna scooch this together by like literally 2 pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And move up the bottom. And 9. There we go. Yeah, I like how that looks. Am I gonna bother moving this to the library here? Nah. So. Yeah. Yeah, I actually quite like it being bottom left now. So, hey, if you're struggling with analysis paralysis, do a thing. I know that sounds like incredibly unhelpful sarcastic advice, but seriously, just try anything. Try the first thing that comes into your mind. We live in a digital space where you can literally change anything and you can undo. And it may well be that you find something like I just did, that white and bright pink on white background isn't perfectly legible. So, logo's gonna live down here, which means we've got kind of this face, the outer 3/4, it looks like. We've kind of got that for art, and I would like for it to be populated by things and not characters. Because I've avoided using character art so far, and I would certainly love to do so in the future. Yes. Anyway, I suppose I could put a bunch of notes on this. I suppose at this point I have doomed myself to manually placing the notes, but that actually won't be so bad. After all, like, I know how they're supposed to look, I know where they're supposed to align, and I've got the pixel grid, which is so small it's literally invisible here. So that'll be not too difficult. Or maybe what I'll do is I'll go into the game, make a melody, and then I'll take a screenshot. And with the previously established technique of downscaling it until every pixel is true size, so 1 by 1, and then upscaling again, you can transform any pixel art image. That is an advantage that pixel art has over full resolution art. It is very easily resized, because it is resized to begin with. I must say, creating these assets really hasn't been as bad as I've been dreading. Specifically because of that, because most of the assets, most of the assets are just the logo and something, and well, for each of them, I started, okay, how big can I make the logo to fit it in here? Okay, I can upscale it 8 times, so the pixel grid is going to be 8 by 8. And then go from there. Righto. So, yeah, probably gonna do that with a screenshot, because vertical alignment of the nodes isn't too difficult. Horizontal alignment, on the other hand, is gonna be something else. Horizontal alignment is gonna be a joy. And also, like, I'm not positioning the rests by hand. Like, I made an entire system where if you put notes on the sheet in Songcraft, you'll certainly have noticed, in order to be nice to musicians who actually know how to read a music sheet, I was pressed to make the game process rests and put them. Yeah. That's what these little symbols are. They tell you that you don't play anything for 1 beat, then you play the 8th, then you don't play anything for a 1/4 beat, or well, for 2 beats, and then there's this, and then that, and then there's silence for these. Hey, do you want to watch me recreate a famous piece in half a second? Here it is. It's I don't remember the exact name of it. It's like 4 minutes, 7 seconds or something like that. The entire joke of it is, the entire piece is silence. The orchestra doesn't play anything. It's just a break of about 4 minutes in which it's not a break officially. The orchestra is still on, then they're gonna play something else after it. So you can just appreciate the sounds that are in an opera when it's quiet. But that aside, so yeah, gonna do that, take a screenshot and properly scale that. What we can do right now is we can take the crayon image and steal that. Yeah. It's I think the silence piece, right, it fits into that bucket of art where you can argue, is it really like, is it deserving of the praise that uh, some people would give it, like the banana duct taped to the wall? I mean, that just invites the entire conversation of what is art and what is worthy of praise. Art is simple ideas that anybody could have had, but only the artist did it. So, times 9. So, this we're gonna upscale 9 times. 36 times 9 is 270 plus 54, which is 326. And now we're gonna steal that, and we're gonna do as GameMaker would want us. Right, Steam library here, there it is. Gonna make a layer. Crayons. How did I go so wrong? That S is nowhere near G. Jeez. Chees. Which is also not how G's is spelled, but anyway. So I want to put some crayons around. I might have to draw these out, but maybe I can avoid it. Maybe. So put a few crayons about, for which obviously I'm gonna need the idle colors. So let us find those real fast. Fortunately, because I code the way that I do, people sometimes make fun of it, but though that is deserved, this color scheme is what I want. This is the crayons that are used. Do I draw the notes in crayons now? I was planning to make them in the simple style as they appear in the game. But that is a shockingly good idea. Like, maybe draw them in this style, but instead of black, like make them a rainbow of colors. Of whatever colors there are crayons. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna think about that. So, but yes, because I code in a way that makes people make fun of me, I have all of these colors defined here, so I don't need to like go into the character art. Yeah, that's a really good idea. We're gonna use these as blend colors, which is one more thing that I want to do before I hop off for today. Just make the basic compositions color macros. Ooh. Yeah, I suppose that I don't love using macros. I think like we've talked about it. So, but macros definitely do have a place in life. And colors isn't the worst place. I just prefer having global variables. This is also, in some part, it's a Java thing where you would have a static variable, and static in Java means more than it does in GameMaker. I think I'm just gonna dump these here for the moment. Static in Java just means you can put it somewhere, and instead of being associated with an instance of a thing, it's just global. It is associated with the class, so there's one instance of that. It's always the same value. It's a bit like the global array or the global struct in GameMaker. And you know, also like the static construct in GameMaker, where you can define something as static inside a function, but more powerful, where instead of having to call the function once, you can, instead of that, you can, it's just initialized as the program starts. So you can reference it just from anywhere, which is very handy, but it's basically the same thing as global. So what else do we want? We don't want queens, dark, crayon. Let's go with luckies. So that's 168, 35, and 48. It's a dark red. I think I am gonna have to draw out full-size crayons, unless I want all of them to be like over here. That's an idea. So we've got butterfly, elf, lucky. Let's go with Jade's green. Or maybe we replace Lucky's red with bright pink. Obviously there's gonna be bright pink. Well, I don't know, I'm just setting up at this moment, so don't worry too much about it. There, that looks like so. And I do want it fully on the image so that I can position it later. Okay, and the bright pink is stored elsewhere. It is 255, 227, 137? No. I should have memorized it by now. I use that so much. Here it is. Here, 255, 127, 226. I just had the order wrong. Okay, 127, 226 in that order. 126, 227. Obviously, there's gonna be a bright pink crayon. Okay. Right. Well, this seems like a very good start. Is there possibly something else that I can incorporate? At this point, I think 5 crayons is too much. I'm probably gonna go with blue, yellow, green, pink. And make the notes in those colors too. That's such an amazing idea. That's such a... No. I'm even considering, like, we could put it in game, yeah? We could put it in game relatively easily, that every note you put down is using the color of a random band member. But I think that would be rather disruptive. I think in game you want black notes. But that's something to consider. So, what else can we do? What are our other minigames? Well, there's Hop, Step, Smile. The exclamation point's part of the name, which would naturally offer these icons, but I don't think that's good. Yeah, I think for gameplay purposes, just leave it as is. I think this Hop, Step, Smile is where you bend suspension of disbelief a little. That is, you have these things and you drag them out from the cardboard reservoir, but they're only kind of in the world. Largely they are a way for the player to communicate to the game what they want the combination to be. So I think we're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have anything from Hop, Step, Smile. And well, line rehearsal is literally just dialogue. It is just text. So we can kind of put something in there, which is, I made this specifically for the library capsule. I'm quite proud of that. Instead of trying to figure out, do I put character art in here or something, I came up with this concept. That's what I was so inspired by last stream. And then I went and immediately made it, and I think it looks beautiful. So we can take this dialog box, we can also take this one, or we can do both, and we can see if we want to stick that like up here, yeah. Like put that, the one with the hearts, somewhere here, although there is also the heart from the logo right here. Right now I'm just gonna try this as it is now. So with the music sheet, with notes on it, rainbow colored ones, and the crayons scattered about. Gonna try that, and that's probably gonna be enough. Like, it doesn't need to be overfilled either. And that feels like it's gonna look quite good. Right. And then I suppose at that point I'm gonna need to double, triple check that everything I do with Steam works and it doesn't delete all your save files. The reason why I'm concerned about that is because I made a kind of handy thing that it detects if you already have save files locally, like without Steam's file management. And if you do, then it copies those into Steam. And it marks them that it's not going to try synchronizing them again, unless you then also separately, like, you turn off Steam, you progress this save file, and that's going to lead it to save itself again without the word synced, and then you start the game again with Steam on, then it's going to be resynchronized, but we actually want that because you've made progress and we want that to be transferred into the Steam cloud, which is gonna end up duplicating your save file, but that's acceptable. So yeah, that's the kind of exception thinking that you get up to as a backend developer. Because we have to. In my job, we're dealing with financial data, and obviously there are many layers of tests and safeguards and backups and stuff, but especially if we introduce an insidious issue where it's a little bit wrong and people don't notice, if I fuck up, then somebody's gonna lose their house. They're not gonna die, but they're gonna be in big trouble, and it's gonna be an entire thing making them right. Which thankfully they log everything, so they can run the analysis and make them whole, hopefully. But still, I respect the responsibility that we've got. And accordingly, I hold myself to the standards of not breaking things. So that's where my level of care comes from. I mean, in game development, if I do it wrong, at worst the game crashes. Well, actually, yeah, because I don't break the file sandbox, the worst that I can do is delete your save file and crash the game. And I'm certainly not gonna do that. Still, I don't think it hurts being thorough. So That's why this is so specific. That's why it's not... Because another approach is, if we detect any unsynchronized save files, then transfer them to Steam, and since you are using Steam now, we can delete the save file. We can delete the original. We could do that, but exactly what happens if you don't have Steam running? Then Steam's not going to be enabled, which means we fall back to the local storage. Hello, Brent. Welcome back. I'm just talking about the things that terrify me. What happens if I mess up? So, I suppose, here, take a look. I have been working on the library hero, so the top banner in your library. This is not finished, obviously, and the logo is not going to be there. But I think I've decided that instead of this horizontal one, I'm actually going to use this one with the line break. And I'm going to stick it in the bottom left. Part of me is tempted to not do cloud saves to save the headache. I think it's probably worth. Well, one thing is, if you make a game that's just in Steam, that uses Steam as DRM, so you're never not gonna have Steam on, at least in offline mode, then it's a lot easier, because then you don't need to think about this contingency. What if the user is playing but Steam isn't running? Because that's just not possible. In that case, I recommend that you do this because the Steam API is super easy. One thing I have learned that is maybe relevant to know is I used to have these in the order. So first it would parse, are there any files that need synchronization? And if so, then write them to Steam. And then go through every file that Steam has and push its content into the list of save files. That doesn't work because maybe it's the way that I did it, but if you only just wrote a file, then its content is going to be empty. You need to give the Steam API a moment to synchronize it, even though obviously it also puts a local copy. So that's something to watch out for. You shouldn't immediately write and read, which is why I do it separately. I read everything that Steam has, and then I look at the local files and I separately push them. So the first time it's read from the local disk, then it is in Steam, and then it's going to be picked up by this loop up here. But yeah, if you can rely on Steam existing, then of course this is a whole lot easier. Then it would just be this. And the Steam API is very powerful and very good, and a lot of the time you don't even really need to concern yourself with what if Steam isn't running. Well, what of it? All of these functions I found are safe. So you can call it and it's gonna do what you want. If the cloud is reachable, then it's synchronizing with it. If it isn't, then it's just using the local disk. Or like if you try to set and unlock an achievement that either Steam isn't reachable or the user already has that achievement, that's fine, it's just gonna work. In the case that Steam isn't reachable, then it locally caches that they have achieved that achievement, and if they already have it, then just nothing happens. But you can still attempt to set it, which is very cool. What happens if a user isn't online but has a local save, but the cloud data is ahead of the offline data? Not sure. Read the documentation. I think in that case well, that's just gonna use the local data, obviously, because it can't reach the cloud. But Steam is relatively clever about synchronizing with the cloud. I think in that scenario, well, you don't need to think about it. Steam's gonna take care of it for you. I think that is the nightmare scenario where you get a conflict. But generally, Steam is quite clever about it. Just like Dropbox, it's just gonna use whichever is more recent. So most of the time, it merges perfectly well. Right. Okay, so I suppose that's gonna be us, yeah. I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna see if I can get away with not drawing out the crayons. If I have to, well, it's a crayon. It's not the worst thing in the world to draw. And I'm gonna see about that, and then I'll further run some testing. Ah, yeah, right. I remember. I need to take screenshots. Which is gonna be simple enough too. Like, you need 5 screenshots. I've got 4 minigames. That's gonna be 4 of them already. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I can fully avoid using any character art, but I mean, well, do I want to be sneaky? Do I want to literally not feature any character art in the screenshots? Why avoid character art? Very simple, because I'm terrible. And these are not pretty. Listen, you can tell me different and I will call you a liar. It's just that, as mentioned, the artists that I tried to work with fell through, so what I really desperately need to do, though, I pronounced go like do and I pronounced do like go. Yeah, they're not bad, but I don't know. I don't like Tiger's photo, so I still want a character art pass. I'm not sure if the time is enough to do that. Also, I mean, I'm not 1000% satisfied with concerts either. It's just, this is fine, you know? We're at, like, let's say we're at 90%, but I would like them to be 100%. So, and that difference, the last 90%, I can throw as much time at it as I want. I'm not going to be able to get there because at this point you just need real experience. You need to be a real artist who has much more practice on this than I do. So, but yeah, I suppose I'm going to hop into my late game save because I may as well show off the entire thing. We are currently on demo. Let me fix that real fast. If we go into the release Steam build, I can go into my late game build or my late game save, where I have all of the idols unlocked. And yeah, as much as I want to be a little Tsune and refuse to show character art, like, this is a great screenshot, isn't it? Maybe, I think what I'd want to do yet is do something like this and like this. This is an even better shot. Or maybe like this. I'm gonna think, do I want Crimson to be held? Do I want them to be inside the slot? Right now it's showing reform, but you know, I can hack it a little. I can hack it a little that it doesn't show reform, instead it just shows form band. Because that is telling you, how are we doing this? And I think I like holding Crimson, which conveniently it shows off the little shadow that I have here. It shows off, yeah, exactly. It shows off that you have a thing, you put it in this slot. And that there are bands and you form them, you shuffle them around, stuff like that. Yeah, this is a really good screenshot right here. I just need to get over myself and allow it to be posted, because like, even if I go on Fiverr today and I find a pixel artist, I should have this stuff done like mid-April at the latest, because I think, as I understand the Steam Next Fest, I need to have a published store page to join. And the Next Fest is an opportunity that is invaluable. Can't miss it. So, even though I would love the art to be a little more polished, I've only got 2.5 weeks to make it happen. So, for that, the artist would need to start right now. And even then, they'd only be able to do the most important stuff, like, I don't like the way that Tiger's hair looks. Maybe I just, maybe I'm gonna be a big boy myself and I'm gonna take her hair in myself. I think a big thing of what bothers me is that the shadow is inconsistent. Yeah, there's... Yeah. There's this shadow on the neck which reflects her chin, but the dark of the hair right over here, you see it? So there's this light, there's this transition here. Her shadow is a lot darker than others. That is also true. That's also true, yeah. Yeah. I mean, right, so... Hey, take this as a metaphor for life or something. No one's going to come and solve all my issues. I have to fix them myself. So... I don't like the shape. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't like this shape, or I would want it, I don't know, different in some way. Or like the shape and / or the shading. Like make it a little lighter, that more of it is up front, or I don't know. But I know the problem areas, and I've got the image editor, so what's stopping me? What's stopping me is that I did my best to make this look good, and I couldn't so far, but a lot of the time you just need to give the art a little time, and then once it has stewed, you can go at it again. Yeah. Maybe also, I think I want to slightly mess with the lines on Crimson too. If you look, everybody's got a few pixels of implied breast, as their chest does a little curve. I don't love the body shape on Crimson, and these lines kind of don't go anywhere, and it looks like her chest, sorry, Crimson's chest is up here, and from this point it starts retracting, which, let's be clear, I'm not terribly interested in highlighting every idol's chest size, which is why their chest mostly starts underneath the photo. But they do need to look realistic, so I'm probably gonna do something like Butterfly right next to them. See, maybe Crimson just needs to be a little wider too, right? Or at any rate, make sure that the line kind of continuously goes outward rather than going back in. So see about that, because Crimson is at this point the oldest image that I have, and their shape is just what it is. So I can, though I hate it because art takes absolutely forever and I'm not good at it, and I feel that somebody who has practice is just going to be able to do this way faster and better. Well, yeah, that's true of everything, right? I'm sure there's a lot of people who look at me and think, wow, he can code way faster and better than I. And that's because that's true, because I have a lot of experience with code. But also, you don't get experience without doing the thing. So, as you go, you improve. Let's not steep ourselves in misery here. Obviously, my art has improved a lot. It used to be, do I still have that? Oh my god, I do. Right, I'm gonna show you something. I will not acknowledge that it existed, yeah? This is Butterfly's first design. Yeah. I think her current version is a bit better than that. It knows what it does, it puts the correct colors in the correct spot. The pose is much better, the shapes are defined. So yeah, I've improved a lot. As opposed to having 0 years of experience drawing sprites. I now have 2 years of forcing myself to do sprites, so I'm not the worst anymore. I can tell that I've improved a lot. But what? But I've just now been talking for half an hour. And obviously it's, yeah, there are going to be people who could do this better and possibly easier. And I'm still keeping my feelers out because I would like to get a pass, especially for the shading. So I think the general of it is fine, but I would like for the shading to be a little improved, even just adding a few more tones to better convey the depth of the hair, of all that stuff. So, but that is going to be a full release kind of thing. When I pixel, do I work within a palette? Are you trying to imply something? That sounds dirty. No, yeah. In fact, here it is. Here's the entirety of it. This is every shade that I did or considered using for elf. So first thing that I do is I define my palette, and then I work within that. And it is, whoops, what have I done? Oh, there's a pixel here on the palette layer, which is skin colored. That's fun. But yeah, that's, you'll note very intentionally, there's not a lot of colors here. So this is the dress color, this is hair, this is skin, this is eyes, this is the lips, and that's just black for the eyebrows. Intentional style. I don't use a lot of shades to evoke the Game Boy Advance kind of era where there literally weren't that many different colors. As we all know, purple was only invented in 1999 when Senor Purple tripped and fell on some straw and blueberries. that is strawberries and blueberries. I keep doing that. If two words have the same ending, then I just put a dash on one, even if it doesn't make sense. But yeah, like, that's an intentional choice. It's not just that it's a whole lot easier to draw flat colors than to make complicated shading, even though it is. It is also intentional that I don't have that many colors. So both her hair tie and, let me just switch to the selection tool so that I don't mess anything up. The hair tie and the hair clips here, they're the same shades. All of this is the same. And Elf even is rather lucky because she has 3 shades of hair, which I gave her unwillingly. It used to be she had just the bright and the dark. She also has a huge halo, which is this bright spot here, which also makes her look slightly smaller, where most idols, for most idols, her halo is something like this. So it's just a small reflection of light, where Elf has this entire band. But most idols just have a hair color and a background hair color. Do I want critique? Hit me, my man. Anything that I can improve is good. Go back into Elf. I'm gonna go into the small version of her, because that's the one that I added. Elf, small. She's very small. Look at the top right. Top hair and the hair tie, yeah. That's favorite colors. Yes, indeed. Because I remember experimenting here and making this, making this that shade doesn't work, making it that shade is also weird. That's why it sits intermediate. But yeah, so that's 4 colors, but they are very similar. They are low contrast. Gotcha. I think I get what you're going at, making better contrast. So what would that be like? Well, I guess I'm gonna let you type what you mean to say. It's like the colors are a little wasted for a low color palette. If you only have a few colors, you want to make them count. I mean, I'm not limiting myself to a specific amount of colors. The big thing is here that I guess, nah. Maybe it's just that I've been looking at this for years, but so I would like this to be distinct colors, but yeah, we can try to give this slightly higher contrast. So let's say, obviously this is just me grabbing a random eye color, but yeah, this would be higher contrast for sure. Do I want to send you this bright? Sure, why not? Do you want the entire thing or just a combined? I think the combined PNG is fine, right? You don't need the different layers. So there you go. But yeah. Maybe this can be a more like intense red or something like that. But yeah, I get your point. This is kind of low contrast, which it is on the side of the image, that's true, but looking up there at the small version, yeah, I literally can't tell that the hair tie is there because it is so low contrast. So Maybe, well, this is low contrast with the background, but maybe something like this, yeah? Ah, don't like that. I actually liked the green. So try something like that to play with just, yeah, basically making it higher contrast is your point, right? I don't hate that. Although bright green does also blend into the background, so yeah. I actually try to stop myself from doing art passes because if I don't stop myself, then I'm just gonna do nothing but. And at some point I do have to progress the game. She too well with orangish hair. I don't know, maybe. I feel like the coloring is fine. I like her being straw blonde as she is. But that's maybe also worth experimenting. Maybe we steal this and ta-da! That's Misty. That is literally Misty. Oh my god. Right. I remembered, like, for over a year after I drew Elf, I knew that I remembered her from something with her little asymmetric tail. And it was very recently that I saw an episode of all the weird things that Pokemon has done. You know, the bikini contest for 10-year-olds and the epilepsy episode and all that stuff. Those episodes. At that point, it shot into my brain, oh my god, Misty has Elf's hair. And that is, with respect, I'm not gonna give her orange hair, okay? Because that is, it's even on the same side. It is eerily evocative of her, so I'm gonna keep it blonde. The reason, of course, being, do you want to know a little secret? It used to be this sprite was Butterfly. It used to be that the sprite that Butterfly is now used to be Elf. But I had two issues. One, Butterfly looked way too big and old for someone who's supposed to be a year younger than everyone and who is, allow me to demonstrate, allow me to draw in the line of where 5 feet in height are. Elf is a 4'11" wonder. She is tiny. She is notably smaller than all the other idols, which obviously her sprite also reflects. Like, she is smaller. She does not even barely reach the top of the image, and she's got, her head is also smaller. Like, she's got baby face going on. But what was it? So yeah, so the issue was that this was to be Elf. So bright yellow, pink. By the way, while we're here and just yapping, Butterfly has pink hair. It's just a very dark pink, but pink it is. She is the most anime protagonist of them all. Anyway, so that was that issue with Elf sprites, and at the same time, Butterfly had the issue that she just looked like a child, no matter what I did. And so, because the idea occurred to me, at that point nobody had seen the game, so I just swapped them. Butterfly got to be Elf, and Elf got to be Butterfly. And now that secret is out in the world, which is why there's a specific line of in the concert letter if you send a band with Elf in it to a concert, then Butterfly will comment on that people seem to confuse the two of them. It's lampshading that. That's what the line is referencing. Anyway. Right, so I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at the at these things. Give Crimson a better body shape. I think they also just, like, they've got very pointy shoulders, right? Which was initially intended to be, it was intended to be the shoulders blending into the hair, but yeah, I think if I normalize those out a bit, redo their body shape, it's gonna look a lot better. If I rethink Tiger and by extension also Squilly, because these two, being identical twins, they've got the same body shape. So they've got a slightly different pose, but same body shape. So rethink the shadow on this and look at the shape, so just all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to do that later by myself. For this exact moment, I will be hopping off. It is that time. In fact, it was that time 45 minutes ago, but what I want to try is going slightly longer on Sunday. Because, well, it seems that Sunday... Okay, I'm gonna wait 1 sec. Sunday seems to be when people are interested in coming and watching, and so what I didn't do, what I should have done, is I should have taken a break at 1. That's interesting. I suppose I will share with the class. Let's see, just real quick. Nip that. And make a new sprite here. To stick it in. Ooh, that's big. Don't hate that. I've been sticking with black eyebrows, but well, it's an idea worth looking at, certainly. This is certainly a lot more colorful. I see you've removed some of the borders here. Yeah, I'm the kind of person, the way that I just think there has to be a continuous outline, but this does create a more interesting effect. That's true. Yeah. I mean, obviously this isn't that I have to do it this way. No, this is interesting. I'll certainly give it a look. I like the... What I'm probably certainly gonna do is the hair clips recoloring. Also see if maybe we're gonna change the hair shape. I am not 100% happy with I'm not 100% happy with her hair shape, but you know, look at that. Experiment a little. I like those eyes, though I would have to do that with everybody. But that is kind of making a more dynamic eye, making it look higher resolution. Because if you look at the small window, it really does look like more than it is. And I have struggled with this idea that I tried to make the eyes higher res. I don't know. Maybe. I'll certainly look at it. I'll experiment. I'll appreciate further input. It's pretty cool of you, bro. But yes, what I was saying is people seem to be interested in Sunday streams, and I do have time on Sundays, so I wanna experiment with going 1 hour longer on Sundays. What I should have done is I should have taken a break at 1 to also run ads, because right now we've got pre-rolls on, which is unfortunate. But streaming for 5 hours certainly does take a toll, but I think I can figure it out. I think I want to try it, and if not, such is life. Right, but be that one way or another, I will be hopping off. Thank you all so much, hanging out, chatting, improving my art, doing all the things that you do. One more thing, next week is daylight savings time for me, so on Sunday specifically I'll be on an hour earlier. So really, if I go an hour longer, then it's basically going to be the same time. Obviously, it also depends on when you guys do daylight savings time. We hate daylight savings times. It's terrible. But anyway, I have a lot of things that I want to look at, but we've managed to create actually every asset that we want. I'm certainly gonna need to put some more time into this. I'm gonna yeah, this entire thing where the world desynchronizes. It's freaking awful. I think I'm not gonna pretend I can keep straight. Brent, you're Australian, right? So, I don't know. It's different everywhere. At least we're not in the States, where there are different states that observe at different times, and the same state has different areas where you can drive and easily go from one side of daylight savings to the other. That's horrible. But I'm gonna put that in. I'm gonna put in a bunch of effort here. Shall we take a look at the timer? Oof, that's pretty rough. What's this? What's to put it in context? Last week, when I finished working on it on Sunday, I put in my time, and that was 32 days, 6 hours. So we've done 28 hours this week. That is, I believe, a new personal record, and I'm not done, right? I was on pace to finish the week with an average time yesterday. And then there's also today's stream and what I'm gonna do off stream today. Oofsies. But hey, I'm putting in a sprint to get onto Steam. I'll certainly do my best for that. You'll certainly know when that happens. And that does not seem impossible, so we are going to, obviously we're going to give a little raid to, that is how you're spelled, yes, Mr. D-Boy, who is a, no, they don't allow raids. Boo! Okay, where else are we gonna go? No, I'm not feeling that. Working orders. I know, right? You know what? We're gonna do this manually. We are gonna go to twitch.tv/not Toraka Studios, Mr. D-Boy_, and we're gonna tell him our opinion that not allowing raids is really rude, and we want to give him love. Right. I'll be hopping off because he also played Hit Idol earlier today, which was really cool of him. I didn't catch when he did that because he did it during my stream time, but I'm definitely gonna watch that VOD, and probably he's gonna show me a bunch of issues where the game is really confusing. So yeah, go there, give him your love. He's a cool person. He likes to hang out. That's gonna be it for me. See you next week, everybody. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.